Hello, welcome. If you support my message, share this episode and drop a comment below to tell the algorithm to give us a push. It can be anything. I read every note. And for an easier listening experience, save our show on Spotify. Find the link on my page. We are doing everything right, yet it is slowly destroying us. We work longer hours, optimize every second, and consume every piece of advice on how to perform better, faster, and smarter. Yet, every night we lie awake with our chest tight, staring at the ceiling, wondering why the harder we pull, the more our life seems to unravel. Consider the terrifying math of modern burnout. We live in a world that demands total devotion, yet guarantees zero control. But deep down, you feel the dark, sickening truth of the modern world. What you've already built can be stolen from you in a single second. What if the secret to absolute invincibility isn't doing more, and definitely not giving up, but instead mastering a forbidden ancient psychological paradox that lets you execute with terrifying effort while remaining completely calm and content inside? And why did history's most formidable figures, men falling out of exploding cockpits, leaders facing decades in solitary confinement, and undefeated warriors who never lost a duel, reach for the exact same counterintuitive secret when their lives hung in the balance? They didn't pray for rescue. They didn't push harder. They discovered a hidden overlap between two ancient traditions on opposite sides of the earth. Two paths that never traded a single word, yet arrived at the exact same chilling realization. The moment you clutch at the outcome, you have already lost. Tonight we step inside 17 lives who unlocked this secret. From philosophers to emperors to prisoners and everyday people, you're about to learn how to go all out without burning out, not by slowing down, but by mastering the art of Zen-Stoicism. It is time to learn how to fight for your life without letting the world destroy your soul. The 9th of September, 1965. The sky over North Vietnam. There is a man up there, alone, in the cockpit of a small Navy jet. An A4 Skyhawk. His name is James Stockdale. He is a pilot, a squadron leader, a man who has spent the whole of his life learning to control a machine that moves faster than thought. And in this moment, the machine is dying around him. He feels it in the controls first, a wrongness, a heaviness. The aircraft no longer answering the way it always has, the way he trusts it to. And there is no time to think it through. There is only time to do the one thing that is left. So he reaches and he pulls, and the canopy is gone, and the open air hits him like a wall. And then the jet is somewhere behind him, falling away, and he is hanging in a strange float in silence under a parachute. Beneath his boots, coming up slowly to meet him, is a village. He can already see it. He already knows what is down there. He knows, more or less, what the next years of his life are going to hold. And in those long drifting seconds, falling toward capture, toward everything he cannot stop and cannot change, James Stockdale does not pray for rescue. He does not curse his luck. He says something to himself instead. Something quiet. Something he had been getting ready to say without ever quite knowing it. For 7 years, ever since a professor at Stanford had pressed a small, worn book of ancient philosophy into his hands. He says, "I am leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus." And then the village comes up to meet him. We will leave him there, in the air, on that one strange sentence, because to understand what he just said, to understand why a man falling out of the sky would reach for a philosopher who died 2,000 years ago instead of a prayer, you and I have to walk a very long road. 2 of them, in fact, and they begin far from any war. Welcome, nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. If you are looking for something that supports the process of unwinding, we have partnered with Some Sleep to bring you their sleep aid drink powder for 10% off in the description below. It blends magnesium, vitamin B6, L-theanine and GABA, and a touch of melatonin to help ease the transition into rest. It's no wonder it is trusted by over 100 professional sports teams. They claim that 94% of people who use it fall asleep in under 1 hour. If you'd like to try it and support our small team as we reinvest into making these journeys even better for you, you can get 10% off your purchase using the link below with code Grandpa Huxley. Let us begin far from any war. Or rather, let us begin at the very edge of one, in a small city you may never have heard of, in the summer of 1940. The place is Kaunas. At the time, it was the temporary capital of Lithuania, a quiet town of red roofs and river light, tucked into a corner of Europe that was about to be crushed between 2 enormous powers. And in that town, there was a consulate, a modest Japanese consulate. And in that consulate there worked a careful, courteous man named Chiune Sugihara. Now, you have to understand something about Sugihara, because it is the whole point of him. He was not by any obvious measure a hero. He was a diplomat, a vice-consul, a man who had spent his entire adult life inside the rules, learning the languages, following the protocols, waiting for instructions from a government far away, and doing precisely what he was told. He was good at it. He was a company man in the finest sense. He believed in order. And then, one summer morning, he pulled back the curtain of an upstairs window, and the order was gone. Because outside the gate, there was a crowd. Families. Whole families, with children pressed against their legs, and old people who could no longer stand for long, and young men with the particular stillness of people who have already run once and have run out of places to run to. These were Jewish refugees, most of them from Poland, fleeing west ahead of one army and east ahead of another, and they had washed up here, at this gate, in this town, because a rumor had reached them. A rumor that a man in this building could give them a piece of paper. And the piece of paper was the difference between a life and no life at all. Sugihara stood at the window with his wife Yukiko, and he looked down at them. And here is the trap he was standing in, the exact shape of it. He could see with perfect clarity what those people needed. It was the simplest thing in the world. A signature, a stamp, a few strokes of a pen. and it was the one thing not entirely in his power to give. Because a visa is not a private kindness. It is an act of a government. And his government, back in Tokyo, had said nothing that would let him do this. Not clearly, not in the way a careful man needs before he acts. The proper thing, the safe thing, the thing every year of his training told him to do, was to wait, to ask, to seek permission, and to keep the gate closed until the permission came. So he did the proper thing first. Of course he did. He was that kind of man. Have you ever cared about something you could not fix? Truly cared, lain awake over it, while the thing you wanted to do sat just on the other side of a rule, or a fear, or a permission that would not come? Then you already know the room Sugihara was standing in. You know the particular helplessness of it, to see the need so clearly, and to feel the whole machinery of your careful life telling you not yours to decide. The crowd at the gate did not get smaller. Every day it got larger. So he asked. He went looking for the proper channel, the message from above that would make all of this easy and safe and someone else's responsibility. He reached out to his government for guidance on what to do with the people at his gate. And the answer he wanted did not come. Now, I want to be careful here, because there is a dramatic version of this story that people love to tell. That he wired Tokyo 3 times, and was refused 3 times, and was punished for it later. And the honest truth is that scholars aren't sure it happened quite so cleanly. The choreography is softer than the legend. So let me tell you only what is solid, because what is solid is enough. He looked for the clear yes that would protect him, and he did not receive it. He was left standing there, a careful man, holding a decision that no one above him was going to take off his hands. And in that silence, Sugihara realized something. Something that most of us spend our whole lives not quite letting ourselves realize. He realized that waiting for the outcome to be guaranteed is just a very respectable way of never acting at all. He could keep waiting for the permission that made it safe. He could keep the gate closed and his conscience quiet under a blanket of protocol. And he could tell himself, honestly, that he had followed the rules. Or he could pick up the pen and answer to something other than his in-tray. He talked it over with Yukiko, and they understood, both of them, exactly what it might cost. His position, his career, the whole ordered life he had built, one careful step at a time. He would say, much later, a line that gets to the bottom of him. They were human beings, and they needed help. And he was glad he found the strength to make the decision to give it to them. He decided he would rather answer to his conscience than to his career. And so, on the 31st of July 1940, this rule-following man broke the rule. He sat down at his desk, he took up his pen, and he began to write. Here is what "he began to write" actually means when you slow it down, because we say it lightly, and there was nothing light about it. Each visa was handwritten. Every one. The full text, the official language, the details, the stamp, the signature. By hand, one at a time, in a beautiful trained script, at a small desk, in a closing consulate, while the crowd outside did not shrink. And each visa was not a piece of paper. Each visa was a family. It was a father and a mother, and the children pressed against their legs. It was a door, and on the other side of the door was the chance, only the chance, never the promise, of coming out of this alive. For 29 days he wrote them. From the 31st of July to the 28th of August 1940. By the accounts that come down to us, he worked something like 18 hours a day, day after day after day, until his fingers cramped, until the muscles of his hand seized and blistered, until Yukiko would sit beside him and massage his aching hand so that he could keep going, keep dipping the pen, keep forming the letters, keep opening doors. Think about what that requires. Not the courage of one grand moment. We love those, the single brave decision. This was something harder and quieter. This was the courage of the next one, and the next one, and the next one, when your hand is screaming and your eyes are burning, and there is no possible way to know if any of it will work. Because that is the thing he could not know. He could not know if the borders would stay open long enough. He could not know if a single one of these visas would be honored at the far end of a journey across a continent at war. He was pouring out everything he had into an act whose result was entirely, completely out of his hands. And he did not stop to calculate it. He did not sit there tormenting himself over the odds, over the outcome, over whether it would be enough. He simply did the next one, and then the next one. Total commitment to the task in front of him, the only thing that was actually his, and no grasping at all for a result he was never going to be allowed to hold. By roughly the count historians can confirm, he signed something over 2,000 of them. More than 2,000 documents, each one a whole family's chance, written by one tired hand. And then the order came that he had known was coming. The consulate was closing. Japan was pulling him out. He was to leave Kaunas. His time was up, and there were still people at the gate. So picture the last of it, the 1st of September, 1940. Sugihara has to board a train out of Kaunas, bound for Berlin. He is being carried away from this place, this gate, these people, whether he is finished or not, and he is not finished. There are always more at the gate. Those who were there described what he did with the time that was left, and I will tell it to you the way it comes down to us, as something witnesses saw and remembered and passed on, not as a photograph. They say that even as he settled his affairs and prepared to go, he kept writing, that he wrote visas in the hotel, that he wrote them on the platform, and that when at last he was on the train, and the train began to move, he was still signing, still passing the finished visas, out through the carriage window, into the hands reaching up from below, as the platform began to slide away beneath them. In the most told version of it, in his final moments there, he pressed his consular stamp itself into a refugee's hands, so that the work could go on without him, so that the door could keep opening after he was gone. And then the platform was gone, and the town was gone, and Chiune Sugihara was carried off west into a war so vast that he would never in his lifetime be able to trace whose name he had saved. He simply rode away into the enormous dark, not knowing. Now, there is a very old idea, older than this train by nearly 2,000 years, and we are going to spend the whole night circling back to it. And it goes like this. A person is like an archer. When you take up the bow, you do everything in your power to aim true. You steady your breath, you set your feet, you draw the string with all the strength and all the skill you have. You give the shot the complete and total whole of yourself. And then the arrow leaves your hand. And the moment it leaves your hand, it is no longer yours. The wind will do what the wind will do. The target will stand where it stands. Whether it strikes home is now, forever, out of your control. And it was always going to be. Your part was the draw, and the aim, and the release. The landing belongs to the world. Sugihara aimed with everything he had. For 29 days he aimed, until his hand bled. And then the train pulled out of the station, and the arrows left his hand, thousands of them, out through the carriage window and into the dark. And the landing was never, ever his to hold. He was recognized decades later by Yad Vashem as righteous among the nations, the only Japanese citizen ever to be so honored. But he did not know that on the train. On the train, he knew nothing. He had given everything and released it completely, and he rode into Berlin carrying only the one thing that had ever actually been his, the choice to pick up the pen. Which leaves us with a strange question, doesn't it? If the outcome was never yours, then what exactly is? What is left that truly belongs to you? The next 17 lives are the answer to that question, and the next one belongs to a man who spent his whole life on the opposite side of the earth. 300 years earlier, giving everything to the strike, and who could see every single time exactly where it landed. His name was Miyamoto Musashi. He was born in Japan around the year 1584, and he was, by the tradition that comes down to us, the greatest swordsman who ever lived. Now, I have to be a little careful with a man like Musashi, and I want to be honest with you about why, because when a figure becomes a legend, the legend grows a life of its own. And after 400 years, it can be very hard to tell the man from the myth that grew up around him like ivy around a post. So let me set the frame plainly. The stories say that Musashi fought more than 60 duels in his lifetime, Some tellings say 62, and that he never once lost. Not a single time. That is a staggering claim, and I want you to hold it the way an honest person holds it. As a tradition, a tally handed down, and not as a court record signed and sealed. Nobody kept an official ledger of a wandering swordsman's duels. What we have is the legend, and the legend says, undefeated. But even holding it loosely, even setting aside every embellishment, something real remains. A real man, wandering the roads of Japan with a sword, staking his actual life again and again and again on his skill in a single art. Because that is what a duel was. It was not a game. There was no rematch. You brought the whole of yourself to the edge of a blade, and the ground kept only one of you. So picture the young Musashi, a ronin, that is, a samurai with no master, no lord, no household to belong to. A man without a place. And into that empty place he poured one thing, and one thing only: the total, consuming, relentless mastery of the sword. He would sleep rough. He would go unwashed and unkempt by the accounts for the sake of never being caught soft, never being caught expecting comfort. Everything that was not the way of the sword, he burned as fuel for the way of the sword. This is total commitment. The drawn bow, pulled back as far as a human being can pull it. And there are two things to feel about him at once. The awe of it, the sheer, frightening completeness of a man who holds nothing back. And underneath the awe, a small, cold question. The kind of question you might ask about anyone who gives themselves that completely to winning. Where does a life like that end? The most famous duel in the history of Japan is coming. And the remarkable thing about it, the thing that tells you Musashi was something stranger and deeper than a killer with fast hands, is that he won it before he ever drew his sword. The 13th of April, 1612. A small island off the coast, an islet so unremarkable that history would rename it after what happened there. His opponent that day was a swordsman named Sasaki Kojiro, and Kojiro was no less a man rushed in to be a footnote. He was a master in his own right. Feared across the country, famous for an unusually long sword, and for a technique so quick they called it the swallow cut. After the way a swallow turns in the air. If you had been taking bets that morning, you would not have found easy odds. 2 masters, 1 island. One of them would leave it. Now, here is where the legend and the history braid together, and I will tell you which is which as we go, because the legend is delicious, and you deserve to know when you are eating it. The story goes, and I do mean the story, this is the tradition, not the documented fact, that Kojiro arrived on the island exactly when he was supposed to. Immaculate, punctual, composed, his blade clean, his mind set, his honor sharp. And Musashi did not. Musashi, the story goes, was late. deliberately late, hours late. And while the greatest swordsman in the province stood on the sand, growing hotter and tighter and angrier with every wave that broke on the shore, Musashi was, according to the tale, still out on the water in a little boat, taking his sweet time. And as he crossed, he is said to have picked up a spare oar, a wooden oar, and whittled it right there on the crossing into a rough wooden sword. Cut, the tellings like to add, just a little longer than Kojiro's famous long blade. Now, I have to smile at this. Forgive an old man, because whatever else is true, sit for a moment with the picture the legend hands us. The single most dangerous man in Japan, showing up late to the most important fight of his life, strolling in with a boat oar. It may be the most devastating weapon anyone brought to that island was not the sword at all. It was Musashi's calendar. Because by the time he finally stepped onto the sand, Kojiro was no longer fighting Musashi. Kojiro was fighting his own fury. He had been undone, slowly, patiently, before a single blow was struck, undone by his own rising heat, his own wounded pride, his own grasping at the insult of being made to wait. And a mind at a full boil is a mind that has already lost. Musashi read that. Musashi used that. He won the fight inside his opponent, and only then did he win it on the sand. The duel itself was brief, as these things are. Kojiro fell. I will not linger there. There is no gore to spend the night on. And Musashi took no pleasure in the lingering. One turned in the air, the other did not, and it was over, and the tide came in over the sand as it always had. And Musashi walked off the island the undefeated master he had always been. The peak of the fighting life. Everything he had trained for, everything he had burned his comfort and his belonging and his youth to become, all of it confirmed on that sand in the spring of 1612. And yet, he was at the top. He had beaten everyone. He had reached the summit of the only mountain he had ever chosen to climb. So why does this man, the winner, the undefeated one, spend the end of his life alone in a cave, writing down how little a person needs? Decades pass. The wandering years, the duels, the students, the paintings, for he became, in his later life, a fine painter and a maker of things, a man of surprising quiet. And then, near the very end, Miyamoto Musashi does something that no one expects of the greatest fighter alive. He withdraws. There is a cave on the wooded flank of a mountain called Kinpo, in the west of the country, behind the grounds of a mountain temple. It is a real place. You can still climb to it today, up through the dense green, and stand at its wide stone mouth, where a small stone figure keeps its patient watch in the dim. And it was here, in his final years, from around 1643, that Musashi came to sit. Not to train, not to duel, not to add one more name to the tally. To write. Sit with the strangeness of that. The loudest life imaginable. A life built entirely out of motion and edge, and the roar of contest, chooses, at its close, stillness, a cave, silence, the drip of water on stone, and the light coming green through the leaves at the mouth, and an old man with a brush instead of a blade. And what he wrote there was not what you would expect a champion to write. It was not a chest-beating memoir. It was not a list of the men he had beaten. A monument to his own victories carved in words. He set down his understanding of his art. Yes, the great treatise we call the Book of Five Rings finished in the early months of 1645. But the deeper thing, the thing I want to put in your hands tonight, came right at the very end, in the last days of his life. Because a man who is auditing his whole existence from inside a cave is asking a different question than the young man on the island ever asked. The young man asked, "How do I win?" The old man in the cave is asking something that only comes to you after you have won everything. Now that I have it all, what was it actually for? What is worth keeping? What do I actually need? And with his health failing and the end clearly in sight, Musashi picked up his brush one last time to answer that. What does the undefeated man write when he finally has nothing left to prove? About 7 days before he died, in June of 1645, Miyamoto Musashi wrote 21 lines. He dedicated them to a student of his, a young man named Terao Magonojo, as a kind of final gift, a distillation of everything. He called it the Dokodo, which is often translated as the way of walking alone. 21 rules, stark, plain, unadorned. And the astonishing thing about them, the thing that should reach you where you are lying right now, is what they are almost entirely about. They are about wanting less. This is the man who conquered everyone. And the testament he leaves is not conquer more. It is a series of quiet renunciations. Do not seek pleasure for its own sake. Do not in your whole life hold on to possession you do not need. Do not act on half-understood feelings. Do not regret what you have done. Be indifferent to where you live. Line after line, the same low, clear note. Let it go, let it go, let it go. And the line I want to hand you, to carry into the dark, is this one. Do nothing that is of no use. Read it again, slowly, because it is the whole burnout cure folded into 5 words. Do nothing that is of no use, not do nothing. He was, to his last breath, the most committed man alive. He is not telling you to withdraw from life. He is telling you where to aim the enormous force of a life. Pour yourself, completely, without holding back, into the few things that actually matter, and strip away, ruthlessly, everything that does not. The comfort you are chasing, the reputation you are guarding, the endless little wants that eat your hours, and even, this is the deep one, even the craving for the win itself. Because think about what he actually released there at the end. He did not merely give up his sword, he gave up the thing the sword had won him. He let go of being the winner. He set down the identity he had bled for his entire life, Musashi the undefeated, and he found in the cave that a person is not in the end their victories. That you can give everything you have to the strike, hold nothing back, aim with the whole of your soul, and then release completely your claim on being the one who won. He gave everything he had to the strike. And then let go of the arrow, and let go too of ever needing to be the archer everyone remembered. But that raises the hardest question of the 3 peaks we're climbing tonight. Because Musashi chose his cave. He chose his stillness, chose his renunciation at the end of a long life on his own terms, having decided for himself when enough was enough. What about the man who does not get to choose? What about the person who has this stripping away forced on them? Not gently, not at the end of a full life, but all at once, in the prime of it, and held there for 7.5 years. You met that man already. You met him falling out of the sky. Now let him land. So let us go back to the sky, back to the 9th of September, 1965, and the man under the parachute, drifting down toward the village that is going to take him. We left him on a sentence. I am leaving the world of technology and entering the world of Epictetus. And I promised you we would come back and land him. So let us land him, and let us find out who on earth Epictetus was, that a falling man would say his name like a door he was choosing to walk through. Epictetus, we will meet properly later tonight. He has his own story, and it is one of the great ones. For now, all you need is the one idea he is famous for. The idea Stockdale was reaching for as the ground came up. Epictetus taught 2,000 years ago that a human being is free in exactly one way, and enslaved the moment they forget it. Freedom, he said, is knowing, really knowing down in the bone, the difference between what is up to you and what is not. And then spending yourself only on the first and letting go completely of the second. That is the whole of it. And 7 years before he was shot down, James Stockdale had been handed that idea. He was a Navy pilot doing graduate study at Stanford and a professor there, a philosopher. Put a small volume of Epictetus into his hands, almost offhandedly, the way a life-changing thing so often arrives. And Stockdale read it, and something in him recognized it, and kept it, and turned it over for 7 years without quite knowing why. Until the day the aircraft died around him, and he understood exactly why. Because he was about to need it more than he had ever needed anything. I will not walk you through what waited for him on the ground. It is not what this night is for, and he would not want us lingering there. Let me tell it the only way I will tell it. He would spend roughly the next 7.5 years as a prisoner of war, much of that time in leg irons, much of it in solitary confinement. As the highest-ranking Navy officer held in that prison, the place the men bitterly nicknamed the Hanoi Hilton, he became the leader the others looked to, which meant he drew the worst of it onto himself, again and again, more than 20 times over those years. His captors could control everything about his body. Everything. Where it was, what it ate, whether it hurt, what they could not touch, what no one, he had decided in the air, would ever touch, was the one column that Epictetus had marked out for him as his own. What does a 2,000-year-old idea actually do inside a cell? Let me show you. Here is how Stockdale survived, in the plainest terms I can give you. He took the whole overwhelming catastrophe of his captivity, and he did what Epictetus had taught him to do. He sorted it into 2 columns. In one column, he put everything his captors controlled: his body, his food, or the lack of it, the door of the cell locked from the outside, the irons, the pain, the when and the whether of his release, a date he had no power over at all. All of it went in that column, and over that column he wrote, in effect, "Not mine, not up to me, and I will not bleed myself dry fighting a war I cannot win." And in the other column he put what was left: his judgments, his responses, his discipline, his character, his faith, the way he would carry himself, whether he would betray the other men, whether he would keep his honor intact when every hour was designed to take it from him. That column, small, invisible, and utterly his, that is where he poured the entire force of the man. And it was not passive. I want to be careful you don't hear acceptance and picture a man going limp. Stockdale went all out inside his column. He organized the prisoners. He set up a code of conduct, rules for how they would resist and how far, so that no man would be alone with an impossible choice. He helped run the famous tap code, the taps on the walls between cells by which men who were forbidden to speak spelled out words to one another, letter by patient letter, and stayed human, and stayed connected, and refused to let the isolation do what it was designed to do. He drew fire onto himself to shield the others. He gave the whole of himself to the only things that were actually his to give. Total effort, where he had power. Released grip, where he did not. The bow drawn to its absolute limit on the one column, and the other column, the vast one, held loosely, deliberately, with an open hand. And then there is the thing Stockdale noticed over those years. Watching, quietly, who came through that place with their souls intact, and who did not. It was not the toughest men who came through best. It was not even exactly the most hopeful. In fact, the hope itself, a certain kind of hope, was what killed some of them. Years later, long after he was free, Stockdale was asked about this directly. The management writer Jim Collins sat with him and asked him a question that had been troubling Collins as he walked beside this man who had endured the unendurable. He asked, "Who didn't make it out?" And Stockdale's answer came back easily without hesitation, because he had clearly thought about it for a very long time. "Oh, that's easy," he said. "The optimists." Collins was baffled. The optimists? The optimists were the ones who died. And Stockdale explained. The optimists, he said, were the ones who said, "We're going to be out by Christmas." And Christmas would come, and Christmas would go, and they would say, "We're going to be out by Easter." And Easter would come, and Easter would go, and then Thanksgiving, and then it would be Christmas again. And Stockdale said, "And let this land softly, because it is a heavy thing said gently. They died of a broken heart." Do you feel the terrible precision of that? These were not weak men. They were hopeful men, but they had pinned their hope to a date, to a specific outcome on a specific calendar that was sitting squarely in the column that was not theirs, the column marked "Not up to me." They had reached out and grasped with everything in them at the one thing they could not hold, the when. And every time the date arrived empty, a little more of them broke off and washed away, until there was nothing left to break. They grasped at the landing, and the grasping is what destroyed them. So if it wasn't blind optimism that carried a person through, if hoping for a happy date on the calendar was the very thing that hollowed men out and killed them, then what was it? What did Stockdale have that they did not? He held two things at once. Two things that at first sound like they should cancel each other out. And holding both of them at the same time, without letting go of either, that was the whole secret. Jim Collins would later give it a name. He would call it the Stockdale Paradox, and it would become, for a great many people, the most useful idea in a hard season of life. Here is how Stockdale himself put it in the words Collins recorded. "You must never confuse faith that you will prevail in the end, which you can never afford to lose, with the discipline to confront the most brutal facts of your current reality, whatever they might be." Look at the two halves of it. The first half, faith that you will prevail in the end, which you can never afford to lose. That is the drawn bow. That is total commitment, pulled back to full tension, and held there through 7.5 years of darkness. Never once did he release his grip on the deep conviction that he would, somehow, in the end, come through and turn this into something that mattered. That faith was drawn to the very limit of what a human spine can bear. And the second half, the discipline to confront the most brutal facts of your current reality. That is the open hand. That is releasing every comforting illusion, every false date, every out by Christmas, looking the reality of the cell full in the face without flinching and without lying to yourself about it. Not grasping at a fantasy of when, full draw and open hand. At the same time, the unbroken faith that you will prevail and the total release of any claim on when or how or by what Christmas. The optimists had the second thing without the first, dates without deep faith, and the dates broke them. A despairing man would have the reverse. Stockdale held both, and he held them both at once for 7.5 years. And then, one day, in 1973, the door of that world opened, and he walked out of it. And the only question left was, what a man makes of a thing like that looking back. He was freed in February of 1973. He came home. And here is what he said about it in the end, looking back over the whole ordeal. In his own words, "I never lost faith in the end of the story. I never doubted not only that I would get out, but also that I would prevail in the end and turn the experience into the defining event of my life, which, in retrospect, I would not trade. Would not trade, not survived, not got past, not put behind me. Would not trade. He looked back at 7.5 years of the worst that can be done to a person, and he called it the defining event of his life, and he said he would not give it back. Now, I want to be very clear about what he did not mean, because it is the exact thing the whole night is built to protect. He did not mean the suffering was good. He did not mean he stopped caring, or numbed himself, or floated above it in some cold detachment. The man cared ferociously about the other prisoners, about his honor, about coming home. Releasing the outcome never once meant he stopped caring. It meant something far more precise and far more livable. He gave the entire, undivided force of himself to the only things that were his. His response, his discipline, his faith, his men, and he released his death grip on everything else. On the date, on the when, on the how it would turn out. And it did not hollow him out. Going all out did not burn him down to ash, because he had gone all out on the right column and let go of the wrong one. The full draw did not break him, because his hand was open. We have climbed 3 steep peaks now, you and I. A man carried away on a train from the great work of his life, giving everything and never seeing where it landed. A man in a cave, undefeated, writing down how little he needed, and a man in a cell drawing the bow of his faith to full tension for 7.5 years with an open hand. 3 summits. Take a breath. Let the air come back into your chest. Because now the ground is going to gentle beneath us. This whole idea, this drawn and released bow that 3 hard lives have shown us, it has a beginning. And the beginning is not a warrior at all. It is a merchant. A man in the business of luxury and comfort, who lost his entire fortune at the bottom of the sea and called it the best thing that ever happened to him. Somewhere around the year 300 before the Common Era, more than 2,300 years ago now, there was a merchant named Zeno. He was from Citium, a town on the island of Cyprus, and he was, by trade, a dealer in purple. Now, you have to understand what purple meant back then, because it is not what it means to us. This was Phoenician purple, Tyrian purple, a dye-squeezed drop by precious drop from sea snails, and it was so costly, so laborious to make, that it was quite literally the color of kings. To trade in purple was to trade in the most concentrated luxury the ancient world knew. Zeno was a man of the finer things. His whole identity, his whole standing in the world was in his cargo, a hold full of the color of emperors, sailing toward the great port of Piraeus, just outside Athens. And the sea took all of it. He was shipwrecked. We don't know the details. A storm, a reef, the ordinary brutal arithmetic of ancient sailing, but the outcome is clear enough. A man of about 30, at the height of his working life, watched his entire fortune go down into the dark water and not come back up. Everything he had built, everything he owned, everything that told him and told everyone else who he was, gone to the bottom of the sea. I want us to sit here for a moment, because we always want to rush past this part, straight to the happy ending. And the happy ending means nothing if you skip the bottom, dropping out. Because you know this feeling. Maybe not a literal shipwreck, though for some of you, this year, it has been almost that literal. But you know what it is to have the thing you built, the thing you counted on, the thing that was supposed to be solid, simply go. The job, the marriage, the savings, the health, the plan. To stand there in the wreckage of it and feel the particular vertigo of a man whose floor has just become the sea. That is where Zeno was. Ruined. Adrift in a strange city with nothing. And this is the fear that keeps so many of us clutching so tightly to everything we have. The terror of change, the terror of loss, the deep animal certainty that if the cargo goes down, we go down with it. Watch what actually happens. A ruined man needs to get out of the weather. And so Zeno, with nowhere in particular to be and nothing left to lose, wanders into a bookshop in Athens. A bookseller's stall. Just to be somewhere. Just to pass the empty time that a wrecked life suddenly leaves you holding. And he picks up a book. It happens to be an account of Socrates, the second book of Xenophon's memoirs of him, and he begins, idly, to read. And something happens. Something lights up in him. Here is a man, Socrates, who owned almost nothing, who wanted almost nothing, who could not be bought, or bullied, or frightened, and who was freer, walking barefoot through Athens, than any wealthy man Zeno had ever sold his purple to. And Zeno, sitting there in a bookshop with his whole former life at the bottom of the sea, reads this, and looks up, and asks the bookseller a question that will, without either of them knowing it, start one of the great philosophies of human history. He asks, where can I find a man like this? Where do people like this actually live? And here is where I have to smile again, because the universe has such a dry sense of humor about its most important moments. At that exact instant, a philosopher named Crates, a cynic, a famously unkempt and unbothered man, happens to be walking past the shop. And the bookseller, without ceremony, without any idea that he is being the hinge of history, simply lifts a hand, points at the passing stranger, and says, "Follow that man." That's it. That is the founding moment of Stoicism. The entire tradition that would one day steady an emperor on a frozen frontier, and a slave in Rome, and a pilot in a prison cell, the whole of it traces back to a bankrupt merchant in a bookshop, and a shopkeeper jerking his thumb at a guy walking by. Oh, him? Go on, follow that fellow. If you have ever felt that your life's turning points should have arrived with more dignity, with trumpets, with a clear sign, take some comfort in Zeno. Sometimes the door out of the wreckage is a stranger the bookseller happens to point at. and Zeno followed him. He studied. He learned. He went from teacher to teacher, and eventually he began to teach himself in a public colonnade in Athens called the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch. And that porch, that Stoa, gave the philosophy its name: Stoicism. The philosophy of the porch. And the thing he said near the end about the shipwreck that started all of it, that is the part I want to leave with you. Looking back from the far end of a long and consequential life, at the disaster that had started everything, the day the sea swallowed his fortune and left him with nothing, Zeno is said to have summed it up in a single sentence. And it is one of those sentences that, once it gets into you, is very hard to get back out. He said, "I made a prosperous voyage when I was shipwrecked. I made a prosperous voyage when I was shipwrecked." Now, this comes down to us as a saying, an "it is said," the kind of line a tradition polishes over centuries, and I won't pretend it's a courtroom transcript. But it is beloved for a reason, and the reason is that it is true in the way that matters. Because look at what the loss actually did. As long as Zeno had his cargo, his whole self was invested in a thing that could sink. His identity was afloat on the water, at the mercy of every storm, every reef, every turn of luck he could not control. The shipwreck didn't just take his purple. It cut him loose from the terror of losing his purple. It freed him. And into that freedom he poured himself completely, but now into the one thing that could never, ever go down in any storm. Not the cargo. The mind that watches the cargo. Not the fortune. The character that holds the fortune or holds its loss. He had spent 30 years aiming at things the sea could reach. And the wreck turned him, finally, toward the one thing no sea can touch. He could not control the sea, so he stopped bleeding himself over the sea. He gave everything he had left to the only thing that was actually his. His grip on the cargo was pried open by the water against his will, and he discovered, to his own astonishment, that the open hand was the free one all along. The loss was the door. And he had the rare courage, looking back, not to curse the door, but to bless it. So before we go on, let me stop and ask you something, quietly, the way Zeno once asked a bookseller. Zeno found a whole new life because he happened to pick up a book about someone who changed him. So, I'm honestly curious about you. Is there a person from history, or a subject, that you would love to spend an evening like this one with? A name that has always pulled at you? A time, a place, a life you have always wondered about? Drop it down in the comments for me, just a name, a moment, a corner of the past you'd like me to go wandering into. I read them. I really do. And they quietly shape the stories I go looking for next. Your comment tonight might be someone else's whole evening a few months from now. Now, notice something before we go on. The sea pried Zeno's hand open against his will. He did not choose to let the cargo go. The water chose for him, and all his courage was in blessing the theft afterward, instead of cursing it. but there is a harder version of that same freedom. The version where no storm forces your hand, where the loss is deliberate and cruel and goes on not for one terrible afternoon but for decades, and you open your hand anyway, on purpose, because you have understood that the alternative is to stay in chains long after the gate has swung open. For that, we do not go further back in time. We come forward, almost to our own doorstep, to a man who was robbed not of a cargo, but of 27 years, one day at a time, and who set that weight down with a deliberateness that no shipwreck could ever teach. For 18 of the years we are about to talk about, he was not a name. He was prisoner 466/6-4. The 466th man brought to a certain island prison in the year 1964. His jailers preferred the number to the name, the way jailers always do, because a number is a smaller thing than a man, and they believed a smaller thing would be easier to break. The name underneath the number was Nelson Mandela. And by the time the cell door closed behind him, he had already drawn the bow all the way back. He had given the whole of himself, his law practice, his safety, his marriage, his freedom, in the end, his entire young life, to one enormous and dangerous, and, in those years, almost hopeless cause: the freeing of his people in South Africa from a system that crushed them, by law, for the color of their skin. He held nothing back from that fight. And so the state he was fighting caught him, and tried him, and sentenced him, and carried him out to a slab of rock in the cold Atlantic, off the coast of Cape Town, called Robben Island. The sentence was for the rest of his natural life. He was already in his mid-40s. In the end, it would take 27 years from him, 18 of them on that island rock, the rest in mainland prison cells. The whole warm middle of a man's one and only life, walled up. And before they ever took him out to that rock, there was the trial. And it is worth stopping on one moment of it, because it shows you exactly how far back this man had already drawn the bow. He was facing a court that could have sentenced him to hang. And Mandela did not beg and did not bargain. He stood up in the dock in the April of 1964, and he spoke for hours, and he ended on words that went out around the whole world. He had cherished all his life, he said, the ideal of a free and democratic society in which all people might live together in harmony and with equal chances. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, he told them. But if needs be, it is an ideal for which I am prepared to die. Prepared to die. He had already given everything he had, and now, standing in front of the men who held his very life in their hands, he told them, without a tremor, that they could have that too. That is the fullest draw a human being can make. That is a man holding absolutely nothing back. Let me put you on that island for a moment, because you have to feel the completeness of it. The cell was small enough that a tall man could touch both walls. He slept on a mat on the stone floor. And by day they marched him and the others out to a lime quarry, a great white pit, and set them to breaking rock with picks and shovels, hour after hour, year after year, in the glare of the sun, bouncing blindingly off the white stone until it damaged the very eyes in their heads. Letters were rationed to almost nothing, and what did arrive came shredded by the censors. A visit, if it was allowed at all, might come once in 6 months, through glass, watched. Everything Epictetus had put in that second column, the body, the circumstance, the freedom, the outcome, the whole world outside the wire, all of it had been taken and was being held by men who wished him gone and forgotten. They were certain, taken everything. They had not. Because there was one thing on that island the guards had forgotten to confiscate, for the simple reason that they could not reach it. It was the same thing the slave Epictetus had kept, in the same kind of dark. The one column. His own inner life. His own response. The room inside a man that no key opens. And what Mandela did inside that room, across those decades, is the thing I want you to carry to your bed tonight. He governed it. Fiercely. He imposed on himself an iron discipline that no guard ever ordered, and no rule ever required. He rose early and exercised in the tiny cell to keep his body from failing. He studied anything, everything, whatever scrap of a book could be got. And he taught. The prison, among the men held there, quietly became something they named, with a dry pride, the University of Robben Island, a place where prisoners lectured one another on history and law and politics in whispers and on smuggled scraps of paper, in the quarry and in the yard, keeping their minds alive and lit when the whole apparatus around them was built to make them go dark. And here is the detail that stops me every time. He set himself to learn Afrikaans, the language of his jailers, the mother tongue of the very system built to grind him down. Not to surrender to it, never that. To understand it. He read their poetry. He studied their history, their fears, the story they told themselves. Because he had grasped a thing that almost no prisoner ever grasps, that the man who takes the trouble to understand his opponent, who can meet him in his own language, is not the powerless one in the room. Quietly, patiently, for years, the prisoner was studying the men who were sure they were studying him. There was a poem he held on to through all of it. An old one, written decades before he was even born, by an Englishman named William Ernest Henley, a man who had lost a leg to disease as a boy, and wrote the thing from a hospital bed, in defiance of his own despair. It is called Invictus. The word is Latin. It means unconquered. And Mandela recited it to himself and to the men around him when their spirits were going out, like a hand on the shoulder in the dark. Let me give the credit exactly where it is owed, because the world often forgets and hands the words to Mandela. They are Henley's words, not his. They end like this. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Sit with the strangeness of that. A man breaking white rock in a quarry, owning nothing, commanding nothing, not the hour he woke, not the food he ate, not the year he might die, reciting to himself that he is the master of his fate, and meaning it completely. because he understood which fate the poem was talking about. Not the fate of his body, that belonged to the gods, and he knew it. The fate of his soul. That one, that single, invisible, unreachable country, was still his to captain. And he captained it, without a single day off, for 27 years. And then, one day, the impossible thing happened. The world outside changed. The pressure grew and grew, and the system that had buried him began, at last, to crack. And on the 11th of February, 1990, an old man walked out through the gates. He had gone in with black hair, a fighter in his 40s. He came out white-haired and 71, almost 3 decades gone. And the cameras were there, and the crowds, and the whole watching world, and everyone wanted to know what this man, who had every reason on earth to come out breathing fire, was going to do with the rage of 27 stolen years. Here is what he understood, walking toward that gate. He understood that a man can walk out of a prison and not actually be free. He understood that if he carried his hatred out with him, all the bitterness he had every right in the world to feel, and no one alive would have blamed him for it, then he would not really be leaving that place at all. He would only be packing the prison into his own chest and carrying it out on his back, and going on serving the sentence for the rest of his life, still owned, still ruled, by the men who had locked him up. The resentment would simply become the cell he never left. So, at the gate, he set it down. He made the choice that almost no one who has been wronged on that scale has ever managed to make. Not to pretend the wrong had not happened. It had, monstrously, and he would spend the rest of his life working to undo it. Not to stop fighting for what was just. He never stopped. But to refuse, flatly, to let the poison of hatred take up residence inside him. To walk out into the light with open hands, instead of clenched fists. And he lived it, all the way. He sat down, later, at the same table with the men who had jailed him. He learned the name of the warder who had watched his cell, and kept it. When at last he was made president of the whole country, he asked men who had once guarded him on that island to come and sit among the honored guests. Not as a performance, as the natural act of a man who had genuinely put the weight down and had no intention of ever picking it back up. Look at the shape of the whole life, because it is our picture, drawn about as large as a human being can draw it. 27 years of the fullest draw imaginable, total, unbroken commitment to the fight, holding the line through a quarter-century of dark, with nothing to show for it, and no promise it would ever end. And then, at the gate, the cleanest release you will ever witness, he opened his hand and let the hatred fall to the ground and walked out lighter than he had gone in. Full draw, open hand. He poured everything into the one thing that was his to change, and he laid down the one thing, the bitterness that could only ever have gone on poisoning the man who carried it. He never did get to govern from that island. But he governed the whole time, the one country his jailers could never march into, or lock down, or take away from him. Himself. Now, to the east. Because so far, this road has been the western one, Greece, Rome, a cockpit, a cell, a bookshop in Athens, a prison island off the coast of Cape Town. But on the far side of the earth, a completely different people, speaking a completely different tongue, worshipping in a completely different way, were quietly drawing the very same picture. And they began it, not with a sword, and not with a prison, but with a bowl of tea, and a man who taught an entire nation of warlords how to slow all the way down. His name was Zen-no-Rikyu, and he lived in Japan from 1522 to 1591. And what he did, it sounds almost too small to matter, is he perfected the making of a bowl of tea. But stay with me, because it was never really about the tea. This was an age of warlords. Japan in Rikyu's lifetime was a country at war with itself, a place of armies and ambition and sudden violence, of men who commanded thousands and killed without blinking. And into the middle of all that iron and blood, Rikyu brought a small, quiet room. He was the great master of what we call wabi-cha, the austere, stripped-down way of tea. Not tea as a luxury. Not tea as a display of wealth. Tea as an art of attention. He would take the most powerful, most dangerous men in the country, the ones with the whole world on their shoulders and blood on their hands, and he would fold them, one at a time, through a low doorway into a tiny hut, and he would slow them all the way down. Let me put you inside that room. It is small, deliberately small. The doorway is so low that even a great lord has to bow to enter, has to leave his sword outside, has to shrink, has to arrive humble. Inside, it is dim and cool and almost bare. There is the soft sound of water beginning to move in an iron kettle over charcoal. There is the clean, faint smell of the tatami and of the steam. On the wall, in a plain alcove, there might be a single scroll or a single flower in a simple vase. One flower, chosen and placed with a care most of us don't give to anything all year. There is the ladle, the slow, exact movements of the host, the particular weight of the bowl warming your two hands. And there is a silence you could rest your whole tired life inside of. And the spirit that Rikyu breathed into every part of it was this, that this meeting, this cup, this guest, this exact configuration of light and steam and company is happening only once and will never come again. Not something like it. This one. The people around this bowl will never all be in this room, at this hour, in this life, ever again. And so you owe it everything. Your complete, undivided, unhurried attention, because it will never recur. Now, a careful note, because I love you and I won't hand you a half-truth. There is a beautiful Japanese phrase for this, ichigo ichi, one time, one meeting, and you'll see it stitched on wall hangings and printed in tea books. That exact four-word phrase was actually coined a couple of centuries after Rikyu by a later tea man. But the idea, the living spirit of it, is genuinely Rikyu's own. A disciple wrote it down in his lifetime, that one should treat a gathering as though it could happen only once in a lifetime. So let us give Rikyu the thing that was his, not the slogan, but the way of seeing. treat this as the only time, because it is. They tell a story about how far he would go to teach that. And I have to tell it to you as a story, because that is what it is, a beloved tale, not a documented fact. But it is too good and too true to the man to leave out. The most powerful man in Japan at this time was named Hideyoshi, a warlord who had risen from almost nothing to rule the whole country. And Hideyoshi, the story goes, heard that Rikyu's garden had come into bloom with morning glories, rare ones, a whole garden of them, said to be the most beautiful in the land. And so he did what powerful men do. He announced that he would come and see them. He invited himself for a morning viewing to walk among these famous flowers. And on the appointed morning, Hideyoshi arrives at Rikyu's home, and the garden is bare. Every single morning glory has been cut. Not one bloom left on the vine. The famous garden is nothing but green stalks and empty morning. You can imagine the ruler's face, the flicker of insult, the rising heat. He has been made to come all this way, and the master has stripped the very thing he came to see. Irritated, perhaps already composing the sharp thing he will say, Hideyoshi stoops down and folds himself through that low doorway into the small dark tea hut. And he stops. Because there, inside, in the dim alcove, caught in a single narrow shaft of light, is one morning glory. One? Perfect. Placed with impossible care. The most beautiful flower he has ever seen, held in the dark like a held breath. Rikyu had destroyed 100 so that his lord would truly see one. We are drowning, all of us, in 100 flowers, 100 notifications, 100 tabs, 100 half-seen, half-lived moments blurring past, and we see none of them. Rikyu's radical act was subtraction. Cut the 99. And suddenly, the one that is left is almost unbearably alive. But the same ruler who came for the flowers would, in time, send Rikyu a very different kind of message. In 1591, for reasons that remain, to this day, genuinely murky, a falling out, a suspicion, a matter of pride between the master and the ruler, that history never fully recorded, Hideyoshi ordered Rikyu to take his own life. I want to stay very quiet here, and I want to stay entirely on the meaning, because the act itself is not ours to look at, and I will not describe it. Let me tell you only the shape of the thing. The most powerful man in the country sent a command to the old tea master, and the command was death. Not a battle. Not a chance. A sentence, arriving in an envelope of absolute power, against which there was no appeal and no escape. A lifetime of the highest service ended in a line. Stay for a moment in the sheer impossibility of the position. Here is the man who more than anyone who ever lived taught presence. Taught that this moment is the only moment to be met with total attention and then released without clinging. And now, fate, in the form of a warlord's whim, hands him the ultimate test of his own teaching. The final impermanence. the last meeting. His own. He was given a handful of days and told they were his last. And the master of the present moment knew exactly what to do with them. He does not rage. He does not run. There is nowhere to run. He does not, from anything we know, come apart. He plans a tea ceremony. For his final act, Rikyu gathered his closest friends and students for one last gathering. One more time in the small room. One more kettle beginning to sing. And by every account that comes down to us, he was completely, serenely present. He served each guest with the same total attention. He had given 10,000 cups of tea across his life, perhaps more, because this cup, of all cups, would truly never come again. He offered them the utensils of the ceremony, one by one, as parting gifts, so that each would carry something of the meeting away. He composed his death poems, as was the tradition, a few final lines set down at the threshold. And then he sent his guests away, and he met the end that had been ordered, with a calm that has echoed down 400 years. Everyone else we have met so far did the two halves of the skill in sequence. Sugihara drew the bow for 29 days, and then, on the train, released the arrow. Stockdale held the draw for 7 years, and released the date. Draw, then release. First one, then the other. Rikyu did them in the same motion. Because in that final ceremony, the total commitment and the total letting go were not 2 acts. They were 1. To give this cup, this friend, this last morning of his life, his complete and perfect attention was, at the very same instant, to hold it with a completely open hand, to pour everything into a moment he knew he could not keep, precisely because he could not keep it. The full draw and the open hand fused. Total presence and total release, arriving together, indistinguishable, like the in-breath and the out-breath of a single quiet sigh. The Stoics on the Western Road got here by holding, by duty, by discipline, by drawing the hard line between what is mine and what is not, and gripping their post no matter what. It is a philosophy you can feel in the shoulders. The Zen road that Rikyu walked got to the very same place by the opposite means, not by holding, but by letting the holding go, not by drawing a line, but by softening until the line dissolved. By presence, by unlearning, by emptying. 2 completely different ways to walk. And they arrive, both of them, in the same small room, at the same open hand. The once only meeting, in the end, was his own. And he met it the way he had taught a nation of warlords to meet a bowl of tea. Fully. And then, not at all. Now, we have watched the skill lived all the way to its final edge. But somewhere on the long road between Athens and Kyoto, in a scripture far older than either the porch or the tea hut, this whole idea was once said out loud. Said in a single sentence. Said to a warrior, an archer, no less, who had frozen on the field of battle, his great bow slipping from his hand. This one is older than almost anything else we will touch tonight, and it is sacred to many hundreds of millions of living people. So, I am going to tell it the way it deserves to be told, not as history, but as scripture, as a holy story, because that is what it is. The setting is a battlefield, a vast plain called Kurukshetra in ancient India, where two enormous armies have drawn themselves up, facing each other, in the last still moment before a war. And in the middle of that field, in a war chariot, stands the hero of the story. His name is Arjuna, and he is the greatest archer of his entire age. Not a common soldier, a prince, a master, a man whose skill with the bow is the stuff of legend. If anyone on that field was born and trained and ready to act, it is Arjuna. Beside him, holding the reins of his chariot, is his charioteer. And the charioteer is not an ordinary man at all. He is Krishna, God himself, come down into the world, standing quietly at the hero's side in the shape of a friend who drives his cart. And the battle is about to begin. And Arjuna looks out across the field at the army he is meant to fight, and he sees, on the other side, faces he knows. Cousins, teachers, elders, men he grew up honoring, men he loves, arrayed against him, because that is the tragedy this war has become. And something in the great archer simply breaks. His nerve fails. His resolve collapses. And, in one of the most human images in all of the world's scriptures, his bow, his great bow, the Gandiva, the weapon that is the very symbol of who he is, slips out of his hand. He sinks down into the chariot. He cannot lift the bow. He cannot loose the arrow. He cannot act. And I want you to notice what actually paralyzed him, because it is the exact thing that has you lying awake. Arjuna is not frozen because he doesn't know how to shoot. He is the best there has ever been. He is frozen because he has become crushed by the weight of the outcome. He is looking down the whole future, all the consequences, all the grief, all the ways it could go wrong, the entire unbearable harvest of the act, and the weight of that future. A future he cannot control, has locked his arms at his sides. He is trying to carry the result. And the result is too heavy for any human being to lift. So he cannot even begin. Have you ever been there? Not on a battlefield, at your desk, in your kitchen at midnight, so overwhelmed by everything that might come of the thing in front of you that you cannot make yourself do the thing in front of you at all. That is Arjuna in the chariot. That is the bow slipping from the hand. What do you say to a person too crushed by the outcome to move? Krishna's answer to the frozen archer runs for many verses. It becomes the whole of the Bhagavad Gita, the song of the Lord, one of the treasures of human thought. But the beating heart of it, the single line that people have carried in their pockets for 2,000 years, is chapter 2, verse 47. It goes, in one faithful rendering, you have a right to perform your prescribed duties, but you are not entitled to the fruits of your actions. Let me unfold it slowly, the way you'd unfold a letter you already know is important. You have a right to the action. The deed in front of you, the shot, the duty, the work, the next honest thing that is yours. That is completely, entirely yours to do, and to do with everything you have. Give it the whole of your skill. Draw the bow to its full tension. Hold nothing back. But you are not entitled to the fruits. The harvest, whether it lands, whether it works, whether they praise you or blame you, how it all turns out in the end, that was never yours to own. You do not get to keep the fruit. You never did. It belongs to the world, to time, to God, to 1,000 causes far beyond your 2 hands. Do you see what that does for Arjuna? It lifts off him the exact thing that was crushing him. He was trying to hold the fruit, the entire outcome of the war, and it had pinned him to the floor of the chariot. Krishna says, "Set that down. It was never yours to carry. Your part is the draw, and the aim, and the release. Pick up the bow. Do your part with all your heart, and let the arrow go." And the moment the fruit is set down, the hands are free. The archer can shoot again. Now I have to guard this one carefully, because it is the single most misunderstood idea in this whole tradition, and getting it wrong turns medicine into poison. When people hear "release the outcome," a lot of them hear "stop caring." They hear "don't worry about results," and they slide, quietly, toward "so why try hard at all?" And that is the exact opposite of what Krishna says. Because the very next breath of the teaching is a warning against inaction, against using this as an excuse to withdraw, to go limp, to do less. This is not a philosophy of the shrug. Arjuna is not told to lay down his bow and wander off the field. He is told to fight, to act with total skill and total commitment. He is only told to stop clutching the outcome while he does it. Full engagement minus the grasping. Total effort, open hand. Bring it home to your own life, right now, in the dark. Releasing the fruit does not mean loving your child less, or caring less about your work, or putting less of yourself into the thing that matters. It means doing all of it, every bit of it, with your whole self, and refusing to be owned by how it lands. You still show up completely. You still pour it all in. You just stop trying to carry the harvest on your back while you plant. Care completely. Grasp at nothing. And here is the quiet thing I want to leave you with as our night deepens, because it matters more than it looks. Krishna says this in one clean sentence. A child could hear verse 47 and repeat it back to you. Act fully, release the result. It's simple. It fits on a breath. And it takes an entire lifetime to actually live. But there is a gap between understanding the sentence and being able to do it at 2 a.m., when the bow is slipping from your own hand. Knowing it is nothing. Living it is everything. Which is exactly why we are not finished. Why there are still 11 more lives waiting for you tonight. 11 more people who spent whole lifetimes learning to do the one simple thing the child could say. Because you don't learn this once. You learn it, and forget it, and learn it again, and it goes deeper each time. The Gita said it to a prince who had everything, a kingdom, a chariot, the finest bow in the world. Now the very same blade gets sharpened on the Western Road in a man who had nothing at all. No kingdom, no property, no freedom, not even, in the end, a sound body to call his own. He was born a slave, and he taught the freest idea in the whole ancient world. We have finally come to him, Epictetus. The name James Stockdale spoke to himself as he fell out of the sky. Let me introduce you to him properly, now, on the ground. He was born around the year 55 in a town called Hierapolis in what is now Turkey. And he was born a slave. Not a fallen aristocrat, not a citizen who lost his freedom, a slave, from the beginning, the property of another person. He was taken to Rome, into the household of a man named Epaphroditus, who was himself a former slave, risen to work in the Emperor Nero's court. And, at some point in his early life, Epictetus became lame. He walked with a bad leg, or could not walk well at all, for the rest of his days. Now, there is a famous, dreadful story about how that happened. The story goes that his master, in a fit of cruelty, began to twist his leg, and that Epictetus, without heat, without fear, simply said, "If you keep doing that, you are going to break it." And that the master kept twisting until the bone snapped. And that, Epictetus said, still calm, still level, there. Did I not tell you it would break? It is a chilling, perfect little story. And I have to be honest with you, we cannot confirm it. It comes to us late and second-hand, from someone with a point to prove, and serious people doubt it ever happened. So, let us not build him on a legend. Let us build him on what is solid. And what is solid is this: a man who began his life owning absolutely nothing, not his time, not his labor, not his own body, which he could not even keep whole, grew up to teach the most liberating idea the ancient world ever produced. He owned nothing. And he became free in a way that his masters, with all their property, never were. How? What did the slave know that the free men didn't? He wrote none of it down himself, by the way, a nice detail. Everything we have from Epictetus was written by a devoted student named Arian, who sat in his classes in a town called Nicopolis and took down what the old teacher said. And the little handbook of it, the Enchiridion, opens with a single sentence that splits the entire world cleanly in two. It is the same sentence Stockdale carried into his cell, and I want to give it to you now, in the dark, to carry into yours. Some things are in our control, Epictetus begins, and others are not. And then he sorts the world into the two piles. In our control, our opinions, our aims, our desires, our aversions, in a word, everything that is truly our own doing. the judgments we make, the way we choose to respond. Not in our control. Our body, our property, our reputation, our position in the world, in a word, everything that is not our own doing, everything the world and other people and luck get a vote on. And if you can really learn that division down in the bone, not just as a clever idea, then no one can enslave you. Not even the man who owns your body. Because the man who owned Epictetus's body could make him stand, or kneel, or suffer. But he could not make him assent to a single false thing. He could not reach the one column that was actually Epictetus's. The slave kept the free part. And so the slave was, in the way that finally mattered, the free man. Now bring that to your bed tonight. Because so much of what keeps us awake, so much of the exhaustion we carry, is the sheer, grinding effort of fighting that second column all night long, wrestling the outcome, relitigating what someone thought of us, trying to control the reputation, the result, the thing that is already out of our hands. Epictetus leans down across 2,000 years and says, gently, lay that fight down. You will never win it. Take all that energy, all of it, and pour it into the only column that was ever yours. Spend yourself completely on what is up to you, and let the rest go. And there is one more thing Epictetus does, right near the end of his handbook, that I need you to notice. Epictetus, because a thread gets planted here that we are not going to pull tight until the very end of the night. Keep it in the back of your mind as you drift. To close the whole handbook, Epictetus reaches back and quotes an older Stoic, a man named Cleanthes, from 300 years before him. And Cleanthes is worth meeting for his own sake, because he is a beautiful bridge between our two roads. He came to Athens, a poor man, a former boxer, with a few coins to his name. And to afford studying philosophy by day, he hauled water from the wells all night long, for a gardener, for pay. They nicknamed him the water drawer. He was so obviously penniless, and yet so obviously well, and studying all day that the authorities actually summoned him to explain how he lived, and he brought the gardener as his witness. This man, this night-laboring water carrier, would go on to lead the entire Stoic school for over 30 years. The work was not a distraction from his philosophy. The work was his philosophy. And the lines Epictetus chooses to close his book with, the lines from Cleanthes, are these. Lead me, O Zeus, and thou, O Destiny, wherever your decrees have fixed my station. I follow willingly, and, did I not, wicked and wretched, I would have to follow still. Sit with the shape of that for just a moment. Not, I will grit my teeth and endure my fate. Not, I will resign myself to what is coming. Something stranger and warmer and much harder. I follow willingly. I walk toward it. Whatever destiny has fixed for me, I will not be dragged to it kicking. I will go to meet it on my own 2 feet, as if I had chosen it. There is a name for that. A famous name. But it will not be spoken tonight until the very end, when both roads have arrived, because the name is the last knot we tie. For now, let the feeling of it settle into you, to follow willingly. To walk toward your own fate instead of bracing against it. Hold that. We will come back for it. Epictetus lived out his life in that town in Greece, Nicopolis, teaching. Lame. Owning almost nothing. Famous now, sought out even by the powerful, but keeping to his simple lamp and his students, and his hard, clean ideas, until he died, an old man, somewhere around the year 135. And by every measure that his own philosophy cared about, he was freer than the emperor. Because he had done the thing the handbook teaches. He had drawn the whole force of his life down onto the one small column that was truly his own will, his own judgment, his own responses, and he had let go, completely, of everything in the other column that the world was always going to control, anyway. He gave 100% of himself to the only thing that was ever 100% his. He drew the bow of his own will to its full tension. And everything else he simply unclenched and let be. The freest man in Rome had started as a slave. And he got free not by changing his circumstances, he never did change them, but by changing which column he lived in. That draw he lived by, the whole will pulled taut onto the one thing that was his, and held there without slack for a lifetime, is a fierce and iron thing. And it is not a Western thing only. The Eastern road knew that same hard draw, and in one man it pushed the pure effort about as far as a human being can take it before something has to give. So before we let the night begin, at last, to go soft, let us cross the water for one more man of iron, a Japanese swordsman who drew the bow of his own effort past every reasonable limit, chasing a single opponent he could not beat for 16 years. A man who broke through, in the end, only at the exact moment he stopped trying to win. His name was Yamaoka Tetsu, and he lived in Japan in the 1800s, from 1836 to 1888, in one of the most violent, convulsive hinges in his country's whole history, as the old world of the samurai came crashing down, and the modern one was born. He was three things at once, each of them at the very highest level: a master swordsman, a master of Zen, and a master of the brush, of calligraphy. And he was, by every account, a giant of a man, physically enormous, with a will to match. I will tell you one thing about the size of that will before we get to the story, so you know the kind of man we are dealing with. When the old order finally fell, and a great army was marching on the city of Edo, the city we now call Tokyo, poised to burn it to the ground in a final battle, it was Tetsu who walked, more or less alone, straight into the enemy camp to negotiate. And in no small part, because of what he did there, the largest city on earth at that time was handed over without a battle. No siege. No fire. The greatest swordsman of his age used his life at the decisive moment to prevent a fight. It matters more than it looks. But go back, now, to when he was a young man of 28. Already famous. Already, by common agreement, one of the finest blades in the country. And he goes up against a master named Asari Gimei. And something happens that Teshu has never once experienced. He loses. Not by a little. In the way the story is handed down to us, Asari does not even really fight him. Asari simply advances, calm, immovable, present, and Teshu, the great swordsman, finds himself giving ground, and giving more ground, backed steadily across the floor and right out through the door of the dojo. And Asari quietly closes the door in his face. That shut door became the great riddle of Teshu's life. He could not solve it. He could not get past it. He had met a wall in the shape of a man, and it would not move. So he did what strivers do. What you do. What I do. He decided that the answer was more. He trained like a man possessed. He is famous, to this day, for the sheer inhuman volume of his practice, for endurance trials, in which a swordsman fights bout after bout after bout, hundreds of consecutive matches in a day, and in Teshu's case, in the fiercest of these trials, well past 1,000. He sat in Zen meditation for hour upon hour. He drove himself, year after year, with the whole force of that enormous will, toward the one thing he wanted, to walk back into that dojo and beat Asari Gime. And it did not work. That is the part I need you to really hear tonight, because it is your part. It did not work. For something like 16 years, it did not work. Every time he closed his eyes to meditate, there was Asari, looming up in his mind, calm and unbeatable, that same immovable wall. He could not think his way past it. He could not train his way past it. He could not, by any act of will, no matter how ferocious, force the breakthrough to come. And the cruelest turn of it was this. The harder he strained toward beating Asari, the more solid and unbeatable Asari became, inside his own mind, unquote. By day. The reaching was feeding the wall. The trying was building the very thing he was trying to knock down. 16 years. A giant of a man, with one of the great wills of his age, throwing the entire force of himself against a locked door, and the door not moving an inch. If you have ever poured everything you have into forcing a thing open, and watched it stay shut, and felt the particular madness of that, the effort that only makes it worse, then you already know exactly where Teshu was living. He was living inside the burnout loop at the very highest level a human being can practice it. And then, one morning, it broke. Not the way he thought it would. In the pre-dawn dark of a spring morning in 1880, and this date is solid, the 29th or 30th of March, he was in his 40s by then, Teshu was sitting, as he had sat 10,000 mornings, in meditation. And at some point in that stillness, something in him finally let go. The grasping loosened. The straining, the reaching, the whole clenched 16-year effort to conquer, it simply released its grip. And he reached for the wall in his mind, for Asari, the way he had every single day for 16 years. And it was not there. He could not conjure him. He tried to summon up the unbeatable opponent, the immovable presence, the thing he had been fighting his whole adult life, and there was nothing to fight. No wall. No enemy. Just the quiet and the morning, and an open, empty space where the whole struggle used to be. He was so overcome that, the story goes, he rushed to Asari and begged him for one more match, needing, at last, to test it. And Asari faced him and looked at him and would not fight. He simply lowered his sword and said the words that have come down to us as the whole point of the tale. Now, you have arrived. Now, a word of honesty about that perfect scene, the 16 years, the words at the end. It reaches us mostly through a later biographer, and a story this clean has usually been smoothed by loving hands in the retelling. So take the exact wording as the tradition's gift, not a verbatim record. But the shape of it is solid history. The man, the wall, the long defeat, the breakthrough in meditation in the spring of 1880. And the shape is the truth we need. Because of what he did next. Out of that breakthrough, out of discovering that his greatest opponent dissolved the instant he stopped grasping at victory, Tessue founded his own school of the sword. And he gave it a name that tells you everything. He called it Muto Ryu, the school of no sword. No sword. Think about what that means, coming from one of the deadliest swordsmen who ever lived. He had spent his whole life perfecting the blade, and arrived, at the end of all that fierce effort, at the understanding that the highest mastery was not about defeating the man across from you at all. That when the grasping self, the anxious, straining, must-win self, finally drops away, there is no enemy left in the room to defeat. Only the moment, and the movement, and a mind so present, and so unclenched, that it has nothing left to fight. That is why the great swordsman's greatest act was stopping a battle. The whole of his life pointed there. Let me give you that act in a little more detail, because it is the truest portrait of the man. When the great army was closing on Edo, poised to storm and burn it, Tessue volunteered to carry a message through the danger, and to do it, he walked, alone and open-handed, straight through the lines of the enemy, right into their camp, to sit down face to face with the very commander who meant to level his city. And by his sheer steady presence, and his plain honesty, and a calm that could not be rattled or bought or frightened, he helped talk that commander down, and helped arrange the handover of the city without a battle at all. A whole vast city spared, because the finest blade in Japan chose, at the decisive hour, not to draw it. And he lived out the rest of his days in that same open-handed way. He became one of the most sought-after masters of the brush of his entire age, and he wrote and gave away calligraphy by the thousands upon thousands of sheets to farmers and beggars and anyone at all who asked, keeping almost none of it, holding on to none of it. He had learned, at the far bottom of 16 years of striving, the thing this whole night is trying to teach you, that the mastery was never in the gripping. It was in the giving. He drew the bow of his own effort further than almost any human being ever has. 1,000 bouts, 16 years, an iron will thrown against a locked door. And every bit of that drawing was necessary. it built the vessel. But the shot itself, the breakthrough, only ever came in the instant he stopped forcing it. Full draw, and then, at last, the open hand. The effort built everything. The letting go finished it. Now let the whole night begin, at last, to go soft. Because the next teacher did not draw any bow at all. He did not fight a single duel or win a single war. He shrank the entire world down to the size of a single bowl held in two hands. A gentle monk in the middle of a war, who taught that the most radical thing a tired human being can do is to wash one dish as though it were the only thing in the world. Let everything go quiet now. Quieter than it has been. We are past the middle of the night, and the stories are going to start to soften, the way a room softens when someone turns the lamp down one notch, and then another. The next teacher is a monk named Thich Nhat Hanh. He was born in Vietnam in 1926, and he lived until just a few years ago, until 2022, a gentle, smiling man, a poet, a teacher of a Vietnamese kind of Zen. And I want to begin with him at the smallest possible scene. Not a battlefield, not a cave, a sink. A monk standing at a basin, washing the dishes. Because Thai, that is what his students called him, Thai, which simply means teacher. Thai said there are two ways to wash the dishes. And the difference between them is, quietly, the difference between being alive and not. The first way, he said, is to wash the dishes in order to have clean dishes. You wash them to be done with them. You wash them to get to the next thing. Your hands are in the warm water, but your mind is already somewhere out ahead, at the cup of tea you'll have when the washing is finished, at the rest of the evening, at tomorrow. You are, in a sense, not really at the sink at all. You are just trying to get past the sink. And the second way, the only way, he said, that actually lets you live, is to wash the dishes, to wash the dishes. That's the whole teaching. Wash the dishes to wash the dishes. To be there, fully, hands in the warm water, for no reason beyond the washing itself. To let the warm water be warm. To feel the weight of the bowl. To let this small, humble, endlessly repeated task be the entire world for the 2 minutes that it lasts. Now, I have to smile at this, and I suspect he would want me to. Because of all the grand and terrible things we have talked about tonight, the shipwreck, the prison, the ordered death, the battlefield of a god, the great secret of the peaceful mind turns out to be doing the dishes. The single chore we all rush through with the most resentment, the thing we put off and grumble about and race to finish, the monk holds up and says, "Here. Here is the doorway. It was here the whole time, in the one place you were least willing to look. Right there, in the greasy water." But do not let the gentleness fool you into thinking this was a soft man in a soft life. Because the truly astonishing thing about Thich Nhat Hanh is where he was standing when he learned to talk like this. He was not a monk on a peaceful hillside. He was a monk in a war. Thich Nhat Hanh came of age as a teacher during the Vietnam War, in the middle of it, in the wreckage of it. And he did not retreat from that wreckage into the calm of the monastery. He walked straight into it. He founded something called the School of Youth for Social Service. Young people, many of them monks and nuns, who went out into the villages that had been bombed and burned to rebuild the homes, to carry the wounded, to help the orphaned and the ruined. It was dangerous work. It was the opposite of safe. Some of those young volunteers were killed doing it. He had a name for this. He called it engaged Buddhism, a phrase he coined. The idea that all this stillness, all this presence, all this washing of dishes was not a way of hiding from the world's suffering. It was a way of walking into the world's suffering without being shattered by it. Meditation not as an escape from the fire, but as the thing that lets you stand in the fire and still act, still help, still love, without your own mind burning down alongside everything else. He paid for it too. His piecework made him enemies on every side, and he ended up barred from his own country, exiled from Vietnam for something close to 40 years. Nearly 4 decades, unable to go home. He met the American civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr., in 1966, and King was so moved by him that he nominated Thich Nhat Hanh for the Nobel Peace Prize the following year. He did not win it. No Peace Prize was given at all that year, but the nomination tells you the weight of the man. This gentle monk at the sink was one of the great moral figures of a terrible century. So when he tells you to wash the dishes, understand where the instruction is coming from. It is not coming from a man who had it easy and never had to concentrate on anything harder than a teacup. It is coming from a man who kept his complete, unhurried presence in the middle of a war, who learned to be fully here while the whole world was screaming at him to be anywhere but here. Which raises a pointed little question for the rest of us, standing at our own sinks, in our own comfortable kitchens, with no war outside the window. If he could stay present in that, what, exactly, is our excuse? Here is how he finishes the thought. If, while we are washing the dishes, he wrote, we are thinking only about the cup of tea that awaits us, hurrying to get the dishes out of the way as if they were a nuisance, then we are not living during the time we are washing the dishes. We are being pulled forward, out of the present, sucked away into a future that hasn't come. And if we cannot wash the dishes, he said, we will very likely not be able to drink our tea either. Because when we are drinking the tea, we will only be thinking about the next thing, and the next, and the next. And so, he says, we will be incapable of actually living one single minute of life. Sit with that in the dark. Incapable of living 1 minute of life. Not because life is short, though it is, but because we are never actually in it. We are always one step out ahead of ourselves, reaching for the next thing, mortgaging the minute we are in, against a minute that hasn't arrived and may never come the way we picture it. That reaching, that leaning forward, that endless racing to be done with the now so we can get to the next. That is the burnout engine, running quietly under everything, all day, every day. It is the mind refusing to arrive. And the cure the monk offers is so simple it sounds like nothing. Be here. Give the thing in front of you, the dish, the child, the breath, the walk from the car to the door, your whole unhurried self. Stop paying out every present moment as a down payment on a future one. Give the act your full attention, and let the future take care of itself, because it always was going to anyway. The calmest man of a violent century was a monk in a war, telling us to slow down at the kitchen sink. Let me pause here, halfway across this second road, before we go on. If what we do on this channel means something to you, these old, patient lessons, offered as a small antidote to all the noise and the hurry and the brain rot out there, then I would be grateful, truly, if you would support it. Subscribing on Spotify or on Facebook gets you some exclusive bonus content, a little subscriber circle of our own, and the chance to request and vote on the episodes we make next, plus a few other quiet things I have made just for the people who help keep this lamp lit. If that is you, come and join us. And either way, whether you ever click a single thing, thank you for being here tonight. It matters more than you know. Now, from the monk who owned nothing in the middle of a war to the most powerful man in the entire world, alone in a different war, writing the very same lesson to himself by lamplight. Marcus Aurelius was, for nearly 20 years, the Emperor of Rome. Which means that for nearly 20 years, he was very likely the single most powerful human being alive on the earth. Whatever he wanted, he could have. Whatever he said was done. And I want you to find him not on a throne, not in a marble hall, but where he actually spent so many of his years. On the frontier. On the cold northern edge of his empire, along the Danube River, in a military camp, in the middle of a long and grinding war against the tribes beyond the border. And behind him, back home, something even worse than the war, a plague. The Antonine Plague, they call it now, carried back into the empire by his own returning soldiers, sweeping through the cities, killing on a scale that is hard to even hold in the mind. Millions. Perhaps 5 million, perhaps 10. A world coming apart at the seams. And here is this man who could command anything, sitting in a tent at the end of a long day, by the light of a small lamp, writing. But not writing decrees, not writing to his generals, or his senate, or to history. He is writing to himself. Little notes, reminders, private encouragements, scribbled in Greek to steady his own tired mind before he sleeps and has to get up and do it all again. He never meant for a single one of us to read them. He never gave them a title fit for a book. The name we know them by, Meditations, was hung on them long after. In his own hand, they were just to himself. The most private thing in the world. The diary of an exhausted man trying to keep his own soul on straight. And what does the most powerful man in the world write to himself, night after night, in the cold? He writes over and over that it is all smoke. that fame is nothing, that the applause of the crowd fades in a moment, that he will die like everyone else and be forgotten like everyone else, and that none of the power means very much at all. He is the emperor of the world, quietly reminding himself by lamplight that being the emperor of the world is not the point. And the astonishing thing is that we know exactly where he was sitting when he wrote it, because the manuscript still carries the addresses. When you read the meditations tucked into the text at the head of one of the books, there is a little date line, a note of where it was written. Book 2 is marked, "Among the Quadi, at the Granua." The Quadi were one of the tribes he was fighting. The Granua was a river up on that frozen frontier. Book 3 is marked, "At Carnuntum," a garrison town on the Danube. These are not abstractions. This is a real man, in a real tent, on real cold ground, with a real war going on outside the canvas, writing these lines in the gaps between his duties. Among the Quadi, at the edge of the world, tired, far from home, carrying more weight than any of us will ever carry, and doing, in that tent, at the end of his day, the exact thing you are doing right now. Trying to put the day down. Trying to talk his own mind into some kind of peace before sleep. 2,000 years apart, and the same small human act, the powerful and the ordinary, the emperor and you, both lying awake at the end of a hard day, both reaching for something to steady the mind. He was not writing philosophy at us. He was doing what we are doing. And in the cold, in that tent, among the Quadi, he set down the phrase that this whole long night keeps circling back toward. He wrote, and I will give it to you gently, the way he wrote it to himself, that we should love only what happens to us. That we should welcome whatever the world weaves into our lives, as if it were exactly the thread we would have chosen. Not endure it. Not grit our teeth and get through it. Welcome it. Love it. As if we had asked for it ourselves. Now let that sit beside something you already have in your pocket. Remember, a little while ago, the old lines Epictetus chose to close his handbook, the ones from Cleanthes, the water carrier. Lead me, O Zeus, and thou, O Destiny. I follow willingly. And now here is Marcus, centuries later, a different man in a different tent, arriving at the very same place. Not, I will submit to my fate, but I will love it. I will welcome what comes as though I had chosen it. Two Stoics, generations apart, one a freed slave and one an emperor, the bottom and the top of the whole Roman world, teaching the identical thing, that the deepest peace is not in bracing against your life, but in turning to meet it, in saying yes to it. A willing, open, almost tender yes to whatever is actually happening, instead of the exhausting, endless no. There is a name for this. You know I keep promising you a name. It is coming. It is very close now, but it still is not time. Just feel the thing itself, one more time, laid down by an emperor in the cold. Welcome what happens. Say yes to your own life. Hold the feeling. We are almost ready to name it. And what does all of it? The power, the plague, the war, the fame that is only smoke, the loving of one's fate. What does it all come down to, in the end, for Marcus? It comes down to something wonderfully small. Something you can actually do tomorrow. Do the task in front of you. Well, and let the rest go. He writes to himself, in one place, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Stop debating it. Stop performing it. Just do the next right thing quietly and move to the one after that. And, in another place, do every act of your life as if it were the last. Not morbidly, fully. Give this act, this one, your whole self, because it may be the last, because they are all, in the end, numbered. Duty, without the ego. Effort, without the grasping. He poured himself completely into the role fate had handed him, emperor, general, father, dying man, and he released every night by that lamp, his grip on the applause, the outcome, the legacy, the smoke. He did not ask his enormous life to be different. He welcomed it and did the next right thing and expected nothing back. The emperor welcomed his fate by choice. Freely. With that open, willing yes. But what happens to a person who does the exact opposite? Who cannot say yes to what is? Who grips the goal so hard and pushes so relentlessly and refuses so completely to let anything go that the trying itself curdles into a sickness? For that, we go back to Japan. To a monk who drove himself to the edge of ruin and who wrote the whole burnout down in his own hand so that we would know it was real. His name was Hakuin, and he was born in Japan in the late 1600s. He would become one of the most important Zen masters in the history of his country, the man who, more than any other, revived a whole tradition and who gave the world that famous, maddening riddle. What is the sound of one hand clapping? A giant. A master's master. But he did not start there. He started as exactly the kind of person I suspect a few of you recognize, because you see him in the mirror. He started as a young monk who tried too hard. Hakuin, in his youth, was ferocious. He believed, with his whole heart, that the answer to everything was more effort. Push harder. Sit longer. Strain further. Refuse rest. Refuse comfort. Refuse softness of any kind. If enlightenment would not come, then he would break the door down by sheer force of will. He drove himself in his meditation past every reasonable limit, and then past the unreasonable ones, certain, utterly certain, that enough pressure, enough grinding, enough pure, relentless force would finally crack the problem open. You know this person. You may be this person some weeks. The one who is convinced that the cure for being exhausted is to try even harder. That if the effort isn't working, the answer is obviously more effort. That rest is for after the goal, after the win, after the door finally breaks. And here is what happened to Hakuin, the great striver, the man who would not stop pushing. The harder he pushed, the worse it got. Until, one day, his body simply gave out beneath him. He fell apart. Completely. And we are not guessing about this, and it is not someone else's diagnosis of him after the fact. Huxley wrote it down himself, later, in his own account. He called it Zen sickness. And he described the symptoms with a plainness that will sound uncomfortably familiar to anyone who has ever burned themselves all the way down. His head was hot, burning, feverish. His feet were always cold, icy, no matter what. His ears rang. His heart was fearful and exhausted. He was worn to nothing, anxious, sleepless, unable to find any peace at all. The relentless striving had not broken the door open. It had broken him. This is burnout. 300 years ago, in a mountain temple in Japan, described from the inside by the man living it. Not a modern buzzword. A real condition, as old as effort itself. The pure striver, the man who poured everything into pushing and left nothing for anything else, had emptied the tank completely, and then kept flooring the pedal, and the engine had seized. And the thing that saved him, the cure he eventually found, was not what he expected. It was not what any striver expects. It was, in fact, the exact and total opposite of everything he had been doing. He went looking for help, and he found it in a hermit. A recluse named Huxley, living deep in the mountains, who understood these things. And the hermit did not tell the burned-out young monk to try harder. He did not give him a more intense practice, a stricter discipline, a bigger hammer for the door. He taught him to soften. He taught Huxley to breathe differently, slow, low, quiet breathing, with the attention and the energy allowed to settle down out of the burning, overheated head, and sink low into the belly, into the center of the body, where it could pool and warm and rest. And then he gave him an image to hold, a visualization. And I want to give it to you now, slowly, exactly as it might help you tonight, because it is nearly perfect for this hour. Imagine, the hermit said, that resting on the crown of your head, there is a lump of the softest, most fragrant butter. Warm, golden. And imagine that, very slowly, with the warmth of your own body, it begins to melt. And it melts down, over the crown of your head, down across your forehead and your face, down the back of your neck, and over your shoulders. Warm, soft, sweet-smelling, melting slowly downward. Down through your chest, your arms, loosening everything it touches. Down through your back, your belly, your hips. Every muscle it passes over, letting go, softening, unclenching, releasing. Down through your legs. All the way down to your feet, warming even those cold, cold feet at last. Do you feel it? Even a little, lying there? That is the cure. Not more force. The release of force. Not a tighter grip, but the letting go of grip, here turned inward, onto his own clenched body, letting the clench go. Forcing had burned Huxley out. Softening healed him. And he was so restored by learning to stop straining, that he went on to teach, vigorously, powerfully, deep into his old age, into his 80s. The man who nearly destroyed himself by trying too hard became a great master the moment he learned how to let go. And there is one more story about him. Not about his own body this time, but about his good name. And it shows the very same non-grasping, aimed at something even harder to release. Now, I have to flag this one for you honestly, because I love the tale, and I won't pass it off as fact. This is a story told about Huxley, not something he wrote down himself. It has the polish of a legend, but it is beloved for a reason. So here it is. There was a young woman in the village, near Huxley's temple, who became pregnant. And her parents were furious and demanded to know who the father was. And the girl, frightened, to protect the man she actually loved, gave them a name she thought was safe and respectable. She named Huxley, the revered master, the pillar of the community. The family stormed to the temple, enraged, and confronted him with the accusation and the shame of it. And Huxley's entire reply, to the ruin of his reputation, the collapse of his good name, the disgrace of it all, was 2 words. Is that so? That was all. And when the child was born, it was brought to him, and he took it in, this disgraced monk, and he raised it. He begged milk for it from the neighbors, the same neighbors who now whispered about him, who had lost all their respect for him. He endured the shame and asked for nothing back, and simply cared for the child. And a year later, the young woman could not bear the guilt any longer, and confessed the truth, that Huxley was not the father at all, that she had lied. And the mortified family rushed back to the temple to beg his forgiveness, to grovel, to take back the child and restore his honor and apologize 1,000 times over. And Huxley's entire reply, as they took the child back, was, again, 2 words. Is that so? Now, I will be honest with you. I do not know a single one of us who could manage that. Most of us cannot achieve that serenity about a slightly rude email, let alone a shattered reputation and a child appearing on our doorstep. There is a real and rueful comedy in the gap between Huxley's 2 calm words and the absolute fireworks the rest of us would set off. And that gap is exactly the size of the thing we are all trying to learn tonight. Because look at what he did. When the blame came, he did not clutch at his good name, did not fight to defend it, did not let its loss destroy him. And when the praise and the apology came flooding back, he did not clutch at those either. Praise and blame, honor and disgrace, he let both of them pass right through him, like weather, like wind through an open window. He held his reputation loosely, in a hand he simply refused to close. He gave everything to the actual duty in front of him, care for the child, and released his grip entirely on what people thought of him. That is the Zen twin of Stockdale's release date, and Sugihara's released landing, and Marcus's smoke. The non-grasping mind, oh, held to the one thing that is yours, your own action, your own care, and open, open, open to everything else. And notice what actually healed Huxley. Not a bigger hammer. He got well the very moment he stopped forcing, the moment The clenched hand, at last, let itself soften. Hold on to that, because it is about to become something larger than a cure. Far to the west of Japan, in ancient China, long before Hakuin ever fell ill, a laughing old philosopher watched an ordinary cook let go of force so completely that a lifetime of hard effort seemed to simply vanish out of his hands. And in that, he said, was the whole secret of caring for a life. We cross now to China, and we go very far back, further than almost anything else we will touch tonight, around 2,300 years, to the age the Chinese remember as the Warring States, when the land was a patchwork of kingdoms forever at one another's throats. And in that hard, bloody time, there lived one of the great laughing minds in all of human history, a Taoist philosopher we call Zhuangzi. He refused all his life to take power seriously. There is a story that a great king once sent messengers to offer him the office of prime minister, and Zhuangzi, who was fishing at the time, did not even turn around. He asked them whether a certain sacred tortoise, long dead, would rather be honored in a golden box in the temple, or alive and dragging its tail in the mud. "Alive in the mud," said the messengers. "Go away," said Zhuangzi. "I too will drag my tail in the mud." That is the man. And he taught in parables, strange, funny, dreamlike little stories, and the one I want to lay in your hands tonight is, of all things, about a cook. Yes. After the emperor and the swordsman and the prisoner and the tea master, your teacher for this quiet hour is a butcher working in a nobleman's kitchen. Zhuangzi loved to do this, to tuck his deepest lesson inside the humblest person in the room. And here he tucks it into a man carving an ox. The cook's name is Ding. Cook Ding. And he is working in front of his lord, a nobleman named Wenhui, who sits and watches him carve. And what the lord sees is not what you would expect. It is not butchery. It is a dance. Every touch of the cook's hand, every lean of his shoulder, every step and shift of his weight moves in rhythm, in time, flowing. The whole motion so smooth, and so sure, and so unhurried, that the Lord sits there amazed, watching what should be the messiest of chores unfold, like a piece of music, like a slow and sacred ritual. Zhuangzi even gives us the sound of it, a soft zip, a soft zoop, the blade whispering through, never catching, never forcing, like a ceremony set to a quiet beat. And the Lord cannot help himself. "Ah, this is wonderful," he cries. How? How does a man's skill ever climb to a height like this? And Cook Ding lays down his knife and answers. And his answer is one of the clearest descriptions of mastery anyone has ever set down. What the first care about, he says, is the way, something that goes beyond mere skill. And then he tells the Lord how it grew in him over years. When I first began cutting up oxen, he says, I saw nothing but the whole ox in front of me, a solid, impossible mass, all of it in my way. After 3 years, I no longer saw the whole ox. And now, Now I do not look with my eyes at all. I meet it with my whole spirit. I go by the natural makeup of the thing. I feel where it already wants to come apart. Because an ox, he explains, is not a solid block. It is full of spaces, joints and hollows and openings, natural seams where the parts meet. And a great cook does not hack. He does not drive his blade through bone and muscle by force. He guides it into the openings that are already there and lets it slide through the spaces the ox itself provides. He is not so much cutting the ox as finding the places where it is ready to fall open. And here is the part worth slowing all the way down for, because it is the gentlest turn in the whole story. It is not that Cook Ding never meets any difficulty. He does. And listen to what he does when he comes to a hard place, a knot, a tangle, a joint where bone and tendon are all bound up together. He does not push harder there. He does the opposite. Whenever I come to a complicated place, he says, I size up the difficulties. I tell myself to watch out and be careful. I keep my eyes on what I am doing. I work very slowly, and I move the knife with the greatest subtlety, until, all at once, the whole thing comes apart, like a clod of earth crumbling to the ground. At the hardest place, he slows down. He softens. He grows more careful, not more forceful. And the knot he could never have hacked through simply falls open on its own, like a lump of dry earth breaking apart in your hand. And then he gives the Lord the detail that makes the whole thing land, the one I want left ringing softly in the dark for you. A clumsy cook, he says, hacking away by main strength, ruins his blade and needs a new one every month. A decent cook, cutting more carefully, gets a year out of his. But I have had this knife of mine for 19 years, Cook Ding says, and I have cut up thousands of oxen with it, and yet the blade is as good as though it had just come from the grindstone. 19 years, thousands of oxen, and the edge still perfect, still sharp, unworn, because he never once forced it against the grain of the thing. He only ever let it find the openings. The work never wore him down, because he stopped fighting the work. Now, I have to guard this one, the way I guarded the frozen archer and his chariot earlier tonight, because it is just as easy to get exactly backwards. When some people hear this, they hear, so the secret is, don't try. Go limp. Coast. And that is the precise opposite of Cook Ding. Look at him again. The man has carved thousands of oxen. He trained for years, first seeing the whole ox, then learning it over 3 long years, then learning it so deeply he could feel his way through it with his eyes closed, meeting it with his whole spirit. This is not laziness. This is not the absence of effort. This is effort that has gone so deep, it has come out the far side into flow. Total skill, total absorption, the fullest attention a person can give, with all the forcing taken out. That is the thing that Taoists called Wu Wei. You will see it translated non-doing or effortless action, and both are a little misleading, because Cook Ding is very much doing. and it took him an enormous amount of effort to arrive at his ease. What Wu Wei really means is action without forcing. Action that stops fighting the grain of things and begins to move with it instead. The full, engaged, skilled draw of a whole life's practice, and not one single ounce of strain. It is what the swordsman found, and the archer found, coming at it from the hard side, through discipline. Here is the same secret, arrived at from the soft side, through flow. 2 doors. 1 room. And look at what the chapter this story lives in is actually named. Not The Secret of Good Cooking. Zhuangzi called it The Secret of Caring for Life. Because that is what the Lord understands at the end. When the cook finishes, Lord Wenhui says, quietly, like a man who has just been handed something he will keep for the rest of his days, "Excellent. I have heard the words of Cook Ding and learned how to care for life." That is the whole of it. The ox is your life. Your one hard day, your one long year, the whole grinding task of simply being a person. And you have been hacking at it, driving your blade straight through the bone, wearing yourself out, needing a fresh edge every single month because you fight everything head-on, because you meet every knot with more force instead of less. And a laughing old philosopher 23 centuries ago leans across all that time and says the gentlest thing to you: stop hacking. Find the openings. Give the work the whole of your skill and the whole of your attention, and stop fighting its grain. And when you reach the hard place, the knot you dread, the thing you have been forcing, do not push harder. Slow down. Soften. Watch. And let it fall open on its own. The blade that is still perfect after 19 years is the one that never, ever forced. The cook found the whole of it right there in his own 2 hands, at his work, in the ordinary motion of an ordinary day. And that idea that there is no gap at all between the humble task in front of you and the deepest thing there is to find was about to be said again, some 1500 years later, back in Japan, by a young monk who went all the way to the mountains of China looking for enlightenment, and found it, instead, in an old man drying mushrooms in the sun. "700 years ago, in Japan, he lived from 1200 to 1253. There was a boy named Dogen who lost his mother when he was very young. And they say that at her funeral, watching the incense smoke rise and thin and vanish into nothing, this small child understood all at once, and far too early, the thing the rest of us spend a whole lifetime looking away from, that everything passes, that nothing stays, that the people and the things we love are like that smoke, rising and then gone. And that early wound became the great question of his life, and he gave his whole self to answering it. He became a monk. He studied everything his own country had to teach. And it was not enough. In fact, it left him with a question that gnawed at him and would not let go, a hard, sharp doubt that none of his teachers could answer to his satisfaction. So in the year 1223, still burning with it, he did an extraordinary thing for a man of his age. He boarded a ship and sailed across the sea to China, to the great mountain monasteries there, to find the answer at its very source. And when he arrived, hungry for some vast secret, some towering teaching worthy of the size of his question, he found, instead, an old man drying mushrooms in the sun. It happened soon after he landed. Dogen met the Tenzo, the head cook of one of the great monasteries. An old monk, 68 years old, his back bent with the years, his eyebrows gone white. And this ancient man was out in the courtyard, in front of the hall, in the full hammering blaze of the midday sun, bent over, laying out mushrooms on the ground to dry. Sweating. Alone. Doing hot, hard, humble kitchen work in the worst heat of the day. And Dogen, young, clever, full of book learning and lofty ideas about what enlightenment was going to look like, was, honestly, a little baffled by the sight. "Why," he asked the old cook, "are you doing this yourself? You are a senior monk. Surely you could have some assistant handle a miserable chore like this. Why you?" And the old man said, "Others are not me. Others are not me. This is my work, my practice. If I hand it away to someone else, then someone else has done it, not me. The doing of it is not a means to some other end. The doing of it, by me, now, is the whole of the thing." Dogen, still not quite grasping it, pressed further. "Well, all right, but why now? Why in this brutal heat? Why not wait for a cooler hour later, when the sun has gone down?" And the old cook looked at the eager young monk and said, "If I do not do it now, when else can I do it? If not now, when?" And something cracked open in Dogen, right there in the courtyard, in the heat, in front of a rack of drying mushrooms. Because he had come all the way across the sea, chasing enlightenment, as though it was somewhere else, some higher place, some later state, some grand secret behind a door at the top of a mountain. And here was a bent old man showing him, without meaning to, that there is no somewhere else. There is only this. This task, this heat, this moment, done fully, done now, by the one person who is actually here to do it. The mushrooms in the sun were not a distraction from the old cook's practice. They were his practice. There was nothing behind them to reach for. And Dogen, who would later write a whole small book of instructions for monastery cooks, teaching them to handle each single grain of rice as carefully as they would handle their own eye, never forgot it. But the old cook was only the beginning. Because Dogen stayed in China, and he found, at last, the teacher he had crossed the ocean for, an old master named Rujing, at a great monastery on a mountain called Tiantong. And under him, Dogen sat. Just sat, in the form of meditation that would become the heart of everything he taught, a form so simple it barely sounds like a method at all. The Japanese name for it is shikantaza. It means, more or less, just sitting. Not sitting in order to get somewhere, Not sitting to earn a prize, or reach a state, or fix yourself, or become someone better by Tuesday. Just sitting. Sitting to sit. Being here, upright and awake, and breathing, and letting that be entirely enough. And there, on that mountain, in that just sitting, the great doubt that had driven Dogen his whole life, the question that had chased him across the sea, finally came undone. The tradition remembers it in a single phrase, the words his teacher used, the words Dogen said, broke him open at last, dropping off body and mind. Shinjin Datsuraku. The falling away of the whole heavy load of the self, the grasping, the reaching, the endless management of me and my problems, and my progress, all of it simply set down, dropped off like a coat you did not realize you had been wearing, and sweating under your entire life. Now, a caveat, plainly. Scholars argue about the exact scene, about precisely which words were said on which day, and I will not sell you the tidy version as though it were a photograph. But the teaching underneath it is solid, and it is Dogen's own, and it is this, that the thing you have been straining toward is reached by setting the strain down. That you drop the body and mind, the whole clenched project of the self, not by pushing, but by finally, fully, just sitting. Just being here. And when the load drops off, what is left is not nothing. What is left is everything, seen clearly for the first time, without the exhausted little I, standing in front of it, huffing and grasping and blocking the view. Dogen carried that home to Japan and built an entire way of life upon it, and became the founder of one of the great schools of Zen. And the beating heart of everything he taught is a single radical idea, one that lands with a particular mercy at this hour of the night, when you are tired and reaching, always reaching, for a rest that seems to live somewhere up ahead of you. He taught that the practice itself is the enlightenment, that there is no gap between them. You do not sit quietly now in order to become peaceful later. The sitting itself, done wholly, already is the peace. You do not do the humble work now in order to earn some arrival later. The arrival is not later. It is inside the humble work, done now, with the whole of yourself. That grain of rice, handled with total care, is not the preparation for a holy life. It is the holy life. This, here, now, is not the road to the temple. It is the temple. Do you feel what that does to the reaching? To the endless forward lean we have been circling all night. Dogen simply reaches out and removes the later you have been straining toward your whole life. There is no later. There never was. There is this breath, this dark room, this warm weight of the blanket, this one quiet hour, lived completely, held as gently as a grain of rice, as your own eye. You are not on your way to rest, nightling. You have spent your whole life hurrying toward a place you are already lying down inside of. So drop it. Drop the body and the mind, the whole heavy coat of the day, and just lie here. Just be here. Let this be enough, because it already is. And there was one monk, some centuries after Dogen, who took that very truth and lived it all the way out to its gentlest and most beautiful conclusion. A hermit who owned almost nothing in this world, and who, precisely because he reached for nothing and gripped nothing, turned out to be one of the richest men who ever lived. His name was Ryokan, and he lived in Japan a little over 200 years ago, from 1758 to 1831. He was a Zen monk of the very gentlest kind. No grand temple, no rank, no crowd of followers. He chose, instead, to live almost his entire life alone, in a small hut up in the mountains, with next to nothing to his name. A robe, a bowl for begging his food, a few books, a little rice, the wind in the pines outside the door. That was very nearly the whole inventory of his worldly goods. And he was, by every account that comes down to us, one of the happiest and best-loved men of his whole age. Let me give you the shape of him. He loved that begging bowl of his so tenderly, and was so wonderfully absent-minded, that there are poems about him setting it down and wandering off and forgetting it entirely, losing the one possession he truly needed, and not much minding. There is a story that a bamboo shoot began to grow up through the floor of his little hut, and rather than pull it out, Ryokan decided the bamboo had as much right to be there as he did, and cut a hole in his floor to let it keep growing. And when it grew taller still, the story goes, he went after the roof with the same idea, to give it room to reach the sky. A grown man, a serious monk, rearranging his own house around a weed, because it never occurred to him to be the more important of the two. And he wrote poems, some of the tenderest in the entire Japanese tradition, and a calligraphy so beautiful that lords would beg him for a single scrap of it, and he would mostly just smile and wander off. But the thing people remember most about Ryokan is not the poems and not the brushwork. It is that he played. He would come down from his mountain on his begging rounds, and he would fall in with the village children and forget the begging entirely, and spend the whole golden afternoon bouncing a little cloth ball, a tamari, and playing hide and seek in the fields, in no hurry at all to be anywhere or to be anyone. A grown monk, a true sage, crouched behind a rice bale so that a 7-year-old could find him and shriek with joy. And there is a story that a friend once left him alone in the hut for a little while, and came back hours later to find the old monk simply standing there, gazing up at the moon, having lost all track of the errand and the hour and everything else. He had let go of so much, of ambition, of standing, of the whole need to be important, of the very idea that he was supposed to be getting somewhere, that there was simply nothing left in him to hurry for. He was, you might say, too free to be in a rush. And there is one night from Ryokan's life that has been told and retold for 200 years, because it holds the whole of the man in a single small scene. One night, a thief climbed all the way up to the hermit's hut. Now, this was, you have to admit, a poor bit of planning. Of all the houses in Japan to rob, the man had chosen the one belonging to a monk who owned almost nothing at all. And, sure enough, the thief crept about in the dark and found nothing. nothing worth taking. Not a coin, not a treasure. Bare walls and a begging bowl, and the night. And Ryokan, who was there and awake, was not angry and was not afraid. If anything, the old story says, he felt sorry for the man. Sorry that the poor fellow had come all this way and climbed all this height and would have to go home with empty hands. So he did, the only thing he could think of. He gave the thief his own robe, pressed it on the astonished burglar as a parting gift, so that the man would not have to leave with nothing after all. And the thief took it, bewildered, and slipped away down the mountain into the dark. And Ryokan sat back down in his quiet hut and looked up, and there, through the open window, was the moon. Full and silver, pouring its cool light down over everything for free. And out of that night came the little poem the whole scene is remembered by. It comes to us in many English renderings, none of them the fixed and final words, but they all turn on the same image, and it goes something like this. The thief left it behind. The moon at my window. The thief took the robe, but the one thing actually worth having, the moon at the window, the beauty pouring in for nothing, the thief could not touch and did not even see and left behind. There is a line the tradition likes to hang on the end of the story, and I cannot promise you Ryokan ever truly said it, that the old monk, watching the man disappear down the path, felt a pang of real pity and thought to himself, poor fellow. If only I could have given him this moon, too. Sit inside that for a moment, in the dark. I saved this one for here, close to the end, on purpose, just for you. We spend so much of our lives clutching, gripping the cargo, the way Zeno gripped his before the wave took it, bracing against loss, frightened of the thief who is time, who is change, who is age, who comes in the night for the things we love and cannot keep forever. That terror of losing what we hold is the tight fist underneath so much of our exhaustion. It is a great part of why we lie awake at all. We are up on the mountain, guarding the hut, listening for footsteps in the dark. And Ryokan simply opened his hand and set it all down, long before any thief ever came. He held so little that there was almost nothing left to steal. And he found the secret waiting on the far side of that open hand, that the things most worth having were never the kind of things a thief can take. The moon at the window, the children in the field, the bamboo growing up through the floor, the cool night, the quiet, the breath, the simple fact of being here. You cannot lose the moon. No one can break in and carry off the moonlight. It was never once in the column of things that can be taken from you. It was only ever there to be received, freely, already yours, pouring in through any window you are willing to leave open. And notice, Ryokan is not some grim ascetic who has renounced all joy and sits gritting his teeth in an empty room. He is the opposite. He is playful and warm and forever delighted. It turns out that the man who grips the least is not the man with the least joy. He is the man with the most, because he is the only one not spending the whole day afraid of losing it. You do not have to guard the hut tonight. There is nothing in it a thief could want, and everything in it that is truly worth having is exactly the kind of thing that can never be stolen. So, let the fist come open. Let it all go soft. The moon is already at your window. Ryokan owned almost nothing, and, by choosing it, he lacked for nothing in the world. But now we come to a man who was given no such choice. A man who had everything a human being can possibly hold torn away from him, one thread at a time, by the deliberate cruelty of others. And who found, at the very bottom of that, at an absolute zero, that the rest of us can barely stand to imagine, the one thing that no thief, and no guard, and no power on this earth could ever reach. I am going to tell this one very carefully and very quietly, because of what it holds. I will not show you the horror of it. I will not take you inside the worst of it. That is not what tonight is for, and the man himself would not want it. I will tell you only the shape of the loss, and then the thing he found inside it. That is enough. That is more than enough. His name was Viktor Frankl. He was a psychiatrist in Vienna, a doctor of the mind, a man with a young wife and a family, and a great work in progress, the manuscript of his life's ideas sewn into the lining of his coat. And in the machinery of the Second World War, because of who he was born as, he was taken, deported. And in 1944, he was moved to Auschwitz. And there, everything was taken from him. Everything. Let me just name the shape of it, gently, and then let it be. His name was taken, replaced by a number tattooed onto his skin. He was, from then on, not a name, but a number. His family was taken from him. His mother, his wife, his brother would all die in the camps. The manuscript, his life's work, the coat it was sewn into, taken, gone. His clothes, his hair, his health, his freedom, the very last shred of what a person might call their own. Sit for one moment in the completeness of it. We have talked tonight about men who lost their fortune, their reputation, their freedom, their life's work. Frankl lost all of those at once, plus his family, plus his name, plus every comfort down to the last thread. Here is a human being standing in the middle of an absolute zero. A man with, by any measure any of us could devise, nothing left. Nothing at all. And it was there, at that absolute zero, that he began to notice something. Watching, with his doctor's eyes, the people around him. He noticed who endured and who did not. And it was not who anyone would have guessed. It was not the physically strongest who lasted. That was the strange thing he saw. The big, healthy, powerful men were not the ones who came through best. Something else was keeping certain people alive, something that had nothing to do with the body at all. And Frankl, even there, even then, set his mind to understanding what it was. And what he found, even there, even then, was this. There was one thing the guards, for all their absolute power over every part of a prisoner's body, could not touch. They could control where he stood, what he ate, whether he slept, whether he suffered, whether he lived or died. They controlled everything about the man's body and his circumstances, everything. But there was one small, invisible room inside a person that no guard could enter. And it was this: the freedom to choose your own response. The freedom to decide, inside yourself, what attitude you would take toward even this. Here are his words, and I want to give them to you exactly, because they are worth having word for word. Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. The last of the human freedoms. When absolutely everything else has been stripped away, when you are down to a number and a thin coat, and the cold, that one freedom remains, and it cannot be confiscated, because it lives in the one place no one else can reach. This is the dichotomy of control that Epictetus drew, carried down into the darkest place a human being has ever had to stand, and found to be still true. Still standing. The one column that is yours even here. But there was something underneath that freedom. Something that fed it. Because it is one thing to say, you can choose your response, and another to actually keep choosing it, day after day, in that, what let a person keep making that choice? What kept the last freedom alive? Meaning. That was the answer Frankl found. The ones who kept choosing, who kept their inner freedom alive, were, overwhelmingly, the ones who still had a why. Something to live for that was still out ahead of them. Someone waiting to be found again. A piece of work left undone that only they could do. A meaning they were carrying forward that the camp had not managed to kill. And he would often reach to say this, for a line from the philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. Keep that name in your mind for just a little while, because he will matter enormously before the night is out. The line is this: he who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. He who has a why to live for can bear almost any how. That is Nietzsche's sentence, quoted by Frankl, and I want to be careful to give it to the right man. It is Nietzsche's line that Frankl carried and made famous. And it reframes this entire night and your entire exhaustion in one stroke. Because notice what it says about burnout. It says that what breaks a person is not, in the end, the sheer amount of the how, the hardship, the effort, the load. What breaks a person is a how without a why. Enormous effort poured out toward nothing, carrying no meaning. That is what hollows you out and lays you flat. But that same enormous effort, that same crushing load, anchored to a real why, to a meaning you actually believe in, that can be born almost without limit. And here I have to draw the line clean and true. Everything else we have learned tonight is about releasing, letting go, opening the hand, surrendering the outcome. And you might, by now, be tempted to think that the lesson is simply let go of everything. Care about nothing. Float free. No. Look at what Frankl did not release. He released the outcome, whether he would survive. That he could not control, and he did not clutch at it. He held it with an open hand, the way Stockdale held the date. But he did not release the meaning. He gripped the why with everything he had left, harder, in that place, than most of us will ever have to grip anything, precisely because the outcome was so completely out of his hands. When you cannot control whether you live, the only thing left to hold is why you would want to. And he held it. He held it like life itself, because it was. That is the guardrail. You release your grasping at results. You never, ever release your meaning, or your love, or your care. The open hand is for the outcome. The full, fierce draw is for the why. Frankl proves it at the very edge of what a person can endure. Let go of what you cannot control, and hold, with all your strength, to what makes it worth enduring at all. And he had a particular way of holding his own why alive. A single, quiet, mental image. To keep his own mind from going out like a candle, Frankl would practice a small, private act of imagination. In the cold, in the exhaustion, in the middle of it all, he would picture himself somewhere else entirely. He would imagine that the war was over, that he was standing at a lectern, in a warm, bright, well-lit hall, in front of an attentive audience, and that he was giving a lecture on the psychology of the concentration camp. He would picture himself calmly explaining everything he was, at that very moment, living through, turning the unbearable present into something understood, something taught, something useful to others. Notice what he was doing. He was living, in his mind, for a future he had absolutely no guarantee of ever reaching. He committed himself completely, with his whole remaining self, to a meaning that lived out ahead of him. And, at the very same time, he released all claim on whether he would live to see it come true. Full draw on the why. Open hand on the outcome. Under the most total loss a human being can suffer. And he survived. He walked out, and he did the thing he had pictured. He stood in the warm halls and gave the lectures, and he wrote them into a small book, drawn out of that darkness, that has since steadied millions of people who were sure they had nothing left to live for. The lecture he had only imagined became real because he kept it alive in himself when it was only imaginary. The why carried him to the how of surviving, okay. And then it carried others. Before we begin, at last, to turn towards sleep, one small thing. If you are listening tonight with your eyes closed, and I hope you are already drifting, then know that there is a whole other way to meet these stories. Our animators and our editors pour a great deal of love into the video version of each episode, into the images that walk beside these lives. When you are awake again and rested, go and watch one in the daylight. I think you will be glad you did. But not now. Now, keep your eyes closed. Because from the man who found his meaning at the very bottom of the world, we turn, for our last full life, back to Rome, to a man who understood your particular, ordinary, modern tiredness perfectly, who diagnosed it exactly 2,000 years before you ever lay down under it tonight. For our last full life, before the two roads finally meet, we come to a man who understood you. Not people in general. You. The specific, particular way you are tired tonight. His name was Seneca, and he lived in Rome around the time of Christ, and just after, he died in the year 65. And he is a fascinating tangle of a man, because he was not some penniless sage in a barrel. Seneca was rich. Extravagantly, famously rich, perhaps the richest philosopher who ever lived. He was the tutor, and then the advisor, to the Emperor Nero. He lived at the very center of Roman power and Roman wealth. And from inside all of that, he wrote a small blazing book called On the Shortness of Life. And in it, he turns and looks directly at the one thing eating you alive. He looks at the busy man. He describes him with a precision that will make you wince, because he is describing your day. The man who is forever making ready to live, but never quite living. The man whose hours are eaten by other people's demands, the clients, the errands, the ambitions, the endless small fires. The man who is always going to rest, always going to get to the important things, always going to really start living, just as soon as this busy patch is over. And it is never over. And then, Seneca says, at the very end, such a man looks up in astonishment to discover that he has arrived at death, having never really lived at all. His whole life spent getting ready for a life that never came. And the line at the center of it is one you have earned the right to hear tonight. It is not that we have a short time to live, Seneca writes, but that we waste a lot of it. We are not, he says, given a short life. We make it short. We hand it away hour by hour to everything and everyone except the handful of things that actually matter. Life is long enough, plenty long, if you would only stop giving it all away. And you, lying there right now, tired from a day given away in exactly the manner Seneca describes, you feel the sting of it, don't you? Because he is not wrong. And here is the important part. He is not about to tell you to simply do less. Because that is the misunderstanding, and Seneca is far too sharp for it. He does not say the problem is work. He does not say the answer is to become idle, to stop striving, to lie on a couch and let life happen. That would be its own kind of waste. What he does instead is draw one of the most useful distinctions I know of. He separates being busy from being truly occupied. Being busy, that is the disease. Busy is being consumed by everyone else's agenda. Busy is scattered, reactive, pulled in 9 directions, your attention shattered into 100 pieces and handed out to 100 people who did not particularly value it. Busy is doing a great deal and living almost none of it. That is the modern condition. That is burnout's native soil. But being occupied, truly occupied, is the opposite. It is pouring yourself, wholeheartedly, into the few things that are genuinely worth a human life. It is engagement, not scatter. It is depth, not spread. You are still going all out. You are still working hard. But you are working on what is yours to work on what you have actually chosen, on what actually matters, instead of frittering your one and only life away on the noise. Going all out is not the problem. Going all out on everyone else's agenda, that is what devours you. The cure is not less effort. The cure is aiming your effort at the few things worth it and refusing, fiercely, to let the rest strip mine your hours. And I have to tell you, Seneca would recognize us instantly. He would take one look at our glowing rectangles and our overflowing inboxes and our calendars packed wall to wall, and he would not be the least bit surprised. We have invented, in 2,000 years, 1,000 ingenious new ways to be busy. And we have not managed to invent a single new hour in which to actually live. The disease has not changed at all. We have only given it better tools. And the man who diagnosed all of this so perfectly was, in the end, put to the ultimate test of whether he truly meant it. Let me bring it all the way home to you, right now, in your bed. Because this hour, this one, the one you are in, is exactly the thing Seneca is talking about. This is an hour you have taken back, reclaimed from the busyness, pulled out of the great grinding machine of demands and given, deliberately, to rest. You did that. Whatever else the day took from you, you have set this hour aside, and it is yours, and there is nothing you need to do in it but breathe and drift. So put the day down now. You can pick up tomorrow. Right now, in this reclaimed and quiet hour, there is nothing to be busy about. There is nothing to make ready for. There is only this, the lamp low, the voice close, the day finally set down. And Seneca himself, at the very end, showed how far that skill can carry a person. Because, in the year 65, the emperor he had served turned on him, and Nero sent word that Seneca was to die. I will not describe any of it, and I would not. There is no need. I will tell you only this. When the soldiers came with the sentence, they came, they say, while he was at supper. Seneca met it with the same calm he had spent his whole life writing about. He comforted his weeping friends. He told them that the finest thing he could leave them was not his money, not his vast wealth, but the pattern of his life, the example of how a person might live and how a person might let go. And then he said his farewells, and he met the end with the composure of a man who had, it turned out, meant every word. The man who taught us to guard our time and to put the day down, put down his own last day without panic. He had practiced letting go his whole life. And when the final letting go came, his hands were already open. And now we have walked both roads all the way to their ends. The Western Road and the Eastern one. Athens and Kyoto, Rome and the Mountain Temple, the cockpit and the tea hut. 17 lives. 17 people who drew the same bow. And now, at last, the two roads that never met, that never traded a single word, arrive at the very same place. Stay with me. This is where the two roads cross. In the 1920s, a German professor of philosophy named Eugen Herrigel came to Japan to teach. And while he was there, he decided to try to understand the East from the inside, not through books, but through practice. So he took up the bow, Japanese archery, Kyudo, and he found himself a master, a famously intense archer named Awa Kenzo, and he began to learn. Now, before I go on, I have to be honest with you about this story, because it is the most famous version of the picture we have been drawing all night, and it is also the one that has been most polished by the telling. The little book Herrigel eventually wrote about it, Zen in the Art of Archery, is the reason a great many Westerners ever heard of any of this. But scholars have looked closely, and the truth is gentler and messier than the legend. Awa was not, strictly speaking, a Zen master. He was an archery mystic who founded his own path. The two men did not even share a language. Every word between them passed through an interpreter. So let me not sell you the myth as history. Let me tell it honestly, as the image Herrigel received and reported and gave to the West. Because, as an image, as a picture of the thing, it is almost perfect. And Herrigel's problem at the bow was your problem. Exactly your problem. The one that has kept you awake. He could not stop trying. The master wanted him to draw the bow to its full tension and then let the shot loose on its own, to release the arrow without the deliberate, effortful, grasping eye, reaching out and making it happen. And Herrigel, being a Western intellectual, a man of the will, could not do it. He tried to time the release. He tried to will the perfect moment. He tried and tried and tried and failed and failed and failed. For years. Because the trying was the failure. The reaching was the very thing blocking the shot. The harder he gripped at doing it right, the more impossible it became. Does that sound familiar? It should. It is the insomniac at 2 in the morning. It is Hakuin flogging himself sick. It is every one of us who has ever tried, by sheer force, to make a thing happen that can only happen when we stop forcing. Herrigel stood at that bow for years, trapped in the exact loop you are trying to climb out of tonight. And then, one day, the shot fired itself. He drew the bow, as he had 10,000 times. Full tension. Complete commitment. The whole body engaged, the string pulled to its trembling limit. And then, without his deciding it, without the grasping eye doing anything at all, the shot simply released. It fell from him, the way, in the master's lovely phrase, snow slides off a bamboo leaf when it has quietly grown too heavy to hold. No effort. No willing. It just let go of itself at exactly the right moment. And the master, seeing it at last, is said to have bowed, and to explain who had fired that perfect shot. Not Herrigel, not the will, not the effortful eye. He said only 2 words. It shoots. Not you shot. Not I shot. It shoots. The shot shot itself, once the grasping self finally got out of the way. Now, that is the Western image, the polished one. Let me anchor it to something older and firmer. Because 300 years before Herigel ever picked up a bow, a Japanese Zen abbot named Takuan Soho wrote a letter. And he wrote it, remarkably, to a swordsman, to the personal fencing master of the shoguns themselves. And in it, he taught the thing underneath the whole picture. He called it Mushin, no mind. The mind that does not stop. The instant your mind stops, Takuan wrote, the instant it sticks and clings to anything, to your opponent's blade, to your own next move, to the target, to the outcome, even to the thought, I must not let my mind stop, in that instant, you are caught. You are lost. The free mind, the winning mind, the living mind, is the one that flows and settles nowhere, like water, present everywhere, because it clings to no single place. Full engagement. Zero fixation. The mind that gives everything and grasps at nothing. Draw the bow to its full power. Hold a mind that clings to nothing, not even to the wish to let go, and release without reaching. That is the picture. A drawn bow and an open hand and a mind that does not stop. And now I want you to step back, all the way back, and look at the whole shape of the night. Because we have seen that exact picture somewhere else already. Hours ago, on the other side of the world. 5,000 miles from that archery hall in Japan. And centuries earlier, in Athens and in Rome. There was a Stoic teaching, a real one, a piece of formal philosophy, not a mystical parable, and it was passed down to us by the Roman writer Cicero in a book called On Ends, and it traces back to an earlier Stoic named Antipater. And the teaching used, of all the images in all the world it could have chosen, an archer. Here is what Cicero wrote. Listen to how close it is. He said that the archer's ultimate aim is to do everything in his power to shoot straight, to aim with all his skill, to give the shot the complete whole of himself. And yet, Cicero says, actually hitting the target is, and here is the exact phrase, to be selected but not sought. Something you choose and aim at and want and work toward with everything you have, but do not clutch. Do not grasp. Do not stake your soul on. You do all in your power to hit the mark. And then you release your claim on whether you do. Full effort. Open hand. A drawn bow. The same picture. Now sit up just a little in the dark. These two roads never met. The Stoics in Greece and Rome, and the archers and monks of Japan, they had no contact. None. They never traded a single word. They never shared a map, or a language, or a book, or a messenger. They were separated by the entire width of the world and by centuries of time. neither one ever heard of the other. And yet, working in complete isolation on opposite ends of the earth, staring into the same deep question about how a human being can pour out everything and not be destroyed by it, they each reached for the very same image. A person at full draw with an open hand. An archer who gives the shot everything and releases all claim on where it lands. Two peoples, two languages, 2,000 years apart. And they drew the same archer. That is not borrowing. That is not influence. Nobody copied anybody. It is two separate human beings in two separate corners of the dark, each holding up a candle and discovering, across an impossible distance, that they had found the exact same thing. And when two roads that never met arrive, alone, at the identical truth that is about as close as we ever get, in this life, to proof that the truth was really there all along, waiting for anyone, anywhere, who looked hard enough. The same drawn bow, on both sides of the world. That is the picture. That is what I promised you. Let it be quiet for a moment. There is one last thread. The name. Twice tonight, you felt it, without a word for it. In the water carrier Cleanthes, whom Epictetus quoted, "Lead me, O Zeus. I follow willingly." And in the Emperor Marcus, in his cold tent, telling himself to welcome what happens as if he had chosen it. The same quiet, yes, in two different centuries. And it has a name. The name everyone knows for this, the loving of your fate, the willing yes to your own life, is amor fati. And here is the quiet surprise in it. Those words are not ancient at all. The Stoics never said them. Amor fati was coined almost 2,000 years later by Friedrich Nietzsche, the same Nietzsche whose line about the why carried Frankl through the camps. He called it his formula for greatness, that a person should want nothing to be other than it is, not forward, not backward, not for all eternity, and not merely to bear what is necessary, but to love it. The Stoics lived the thing for 18 centuries. And then a lonely German philosopher, so much later, finally gave it its name. The feeling is ancient. The word is almost modern. And you have been carrying the feeling since the middle of the night, waiting, without knowing it, for the word. Amor fati. Love your fate. Welcome what happens. Follow willingly. There. The knot is tied. And now, at the very last, all of it comes to rest in the one place I told you it would, right at the beginning. Not on a battlefield. Not in a temple. Here, on your pillow. Because the people who study sleep, the real researchers, the ones with the instruments and the studies, have found something that sounds exactly like a riddle from one of tonight's old masters. They have found that the surest way to keep yourself awake is to try hard to fall asleep. The effort is the enemy. The trying is the staying awake. The mind that grasps at sleep, that reaches for it, that lies there straining and willing and forcing itself toward it, that grasping mind, is the very thing holding sleep away. Just as Herrigel's reaching held the arrow, just as Hakuin's forcing made him sick. You do not chase sleep. You were never able to chase sleep. Sleep is not in the column that is yours. It comes the way the arrow leaves the bow, the way the shot fires itself, only when you finally stop reaching for it and open your hand. And so, the whole night comes down to one thing you can do right now. You drew the bow today. You did. You gave it everything you had. You answered the messages. You carried the worries. You did the work, and worried the work, and held the whole weight of your one hard day. You drew it all the way back. That part is done. That part was yours, and you did it. Now open your hand. Let the day go the way the arrow goes. Not because it didn't matter, it mattered, all of it. But because your part is finished, and the landing was never yours to hold, and it never once was, draw the bow all the way, and then set it down. Let the string go soft. Let the arm come to rest. Work hard. Sleep easy. Set the bow down, now, and let the shot fire itself. So let me leave you with the whole of it, gathered into a few soft words, and then I will let you sleep. You were never asked to stop caring. Notice that. In all of it, across both roads, not one of these lives was ever told to care less, or to try less, or to want less, for the people and the work they loved. The consul at the gate cared with everything he had. The pilot in the cell, the prisoner who walked out without hatred, the monk in the war, the emperor in the cold, the doctor at the bottom of the world, every one of them gave the whole of themselves. They drew the bow all the way back. That was never the part in question. What they learned, on two roads that never met, in languages that never touched, was only the second half of the skill. Draw the bow with everything you have, and then open your hand. And here, near the end, is the quiet turn. You are not the person who has to control the landing. You never were. That was never your job, and the weight of it, the weight you have been carrying up the stairs to bed every night, was never yours to carry. You are the archer. You aim true with all your heart, and then you let the arrow go. And the one who does that, the one who gives everything and grips nothing, is the one who can finally, actually, rest. Both roads say so. East and west, the porch and the tea hut, the slave and the emperor. And the quiet science of your own sleep says so too. They are all tonight saying the same small thing to you. You have done enough. You drew the bow all the way. Now open your hand. Work hard. Sleep easy. Set the day down, nightling. It is time. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, nightlings. and wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.